Hey, I'm Viktor Sokolovsky from the CodeSpace company, and I would like to say welcome to the CRM Stage conference, the conference dedicated to Salesforce and technologies around it. It's not the simplest time today. We are all struggling with the COVID, but at the same time, COVID gave us an unexpected opportunity to invite the really rock star speakers and make conference available free online for you. You will receive the email with the links to the YouTube streaming. Each track will be represented to the different stream, track A, track B and track C. So you will be able to select the talk fits you most and switch between the talks during the conference. Please note the first talk on the conference is a keynote and will be streamed into the three streams simultaneously. After that, you should switch to the track you are interested most. For each talk, we dedicated 45 minutes and 15 minutes a break after each talk. Please note, you can communicate with the speakers directly. We have created the Slack workplace for the conference, and each speaker has its own dedicated channel. You can join this channel right after the talk and ask questions directly. Each speaker was asked to stay in the chat approximately for 30 minutes, so I hope you will be able to receive answers for all questions you have. Before the start, I would like to say thank you to our partners who made this conference available for you free and online. It's very important that during the hard times, companies still dedicate the resources to support such events. So our general partner is a Customer Times company. Thank you very much. Our gold partner is SoftServe company. Thank you. And our silver partners are Avenga and Cinebo. Guys, thank you for all of you to make this conference available for all of us. Please note, not only our speakers but also our sponsors have dedicated Slack channels, and you can join these channels to participate in the interesting activities, quizzes, and probably have a look at some interesting vacancies. So that's all for me, and let's start the conference.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Maria Chernova. I'm Head of Salesforce Practice in Customer Times, and together with our partner CodeSpace, we're happy to welcome you on the CRM Stage conference. CRM Stage conference had to be the first conference related to Salesforce in Ukraine, but finally it became online and international one. Lots of things changed this year. We used to work from the office, and we've learned how to work from home. We used to talk to people, and we've learned how to talk to the screen. I was going to see your faces today, and finally I'm talking to the camera. But what didn't change? We never stopped to bring in value to the world with the Salesforce products and our knowledge. Each of you is doing something small every day, but all together we help businesses to grow in the new reality. We save time to consumers. We help patients to meet doctors online. We support trials for COVID-19 vaccine, and we save people's lives. And we are going to share our experience today to bring our knowledge to the next level, making our approaches more modern, more efficient, and finally, speed up digital transformation of the world with the help of Salesforce technologies. So, welcome again to the CRM Stage conference. We are happy to introduce 3 streams for today, so each of you will be able to find something interesting and relevant for your everyday job. Our streams are dedicated to Salesforce developer, Salesforce consultant, and Salesforce architect tracks. Feel free to select sessions you like the most, and do not forget about dedicated Slack channel, where you will be able to interact with the speakers, ask questions, and find your peers. Lots of exciting sessions and very tricky questions. And we are thrilled to welcome Pascal Voran, Vice President of Salesforce, with a keynote today. Don't miss it. Hope you'll have exciting time today. Take care.
Hey, I'm Viktor Sokolovsky from the CodeSpace company, and I would like to say welcome to the CRM Stage conference. The conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Pascal Voiran. I'm working at Salesforce, a software vendor, international company, and I'm the vice president there, running Alliance and Channel for Southern Europe. It's a quite big region actually. It's because it's Southern Europe, meaning the usual France, Iberia, Italy, but also Africa, Middle East, and Central Europe, including Russia. So it's a quite big region. And due to this geography, I'm fortunate enough to meet up with a lot of people, a lot of customers, a lot of partners. And my purpose today is to share with you some insights, leveraging my career, my path, my history, and I'll speak about that in a minute. And regarding digital transformation, so looking where we come from and where I see digital transformation today, where I foresee in the future digital transformation, what it is around a couple of ideas there, sharing ideas. And I like also maybe to open your ears and ideas towards what could be some opportunity careers leveraged by digital transformation. And I'd like to thank very much CodeSpace, the organization, and as well as Customer Time, which is the major sponsor of this event, and which is also a company partner of Salesforce. But I will go back to this in a few minutes. And but first of all, please have a look on this slide. I'm sure it's not that easy to read, but let's share with this that I want to say right with using these words here, these forward-looking statements, that just in case you would consider to go for an acquisition of Salesforce subscription rights, I would like you please to not take my words or my ideas and those slides as granted, but to go to your AEs and your favorite Salesforce contact and check everything before to go for an acquisition. So let's move in the presentation. But first of all, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you so much, meaning and to be here, to take the time to go in this conference, take the time to listen to the many talented speakers. And I hope you're safe. I hope you're safe and your close ones are safe. I mean, it's been a challenging year. We all have been challenged in this year. We've been challenged personally in our life, in our health, in our business, of course, as well. We've been living unprecedented times, and I mean, some cases of mental health is not that easy. Meaning, and I really look forward to the new normal coming soon. And I could hear how the French president, because you could hear in my accent that I'm a French guy, President Macron, French President Macron announcing the new changes in the lockdown in France. But I hope you are living the right way, and you can also take care of you. And you know what? I would propose that right now, you take your favorite calendar in your smartphone and you pause, you breathe, and you schedule in advance what's coming soon. You know, holiday season is coming. And why not planning and scheduling right now time for you, for your beloved ones, take care of you and take care of our family. So thank you very much for that. And maybe take my words with some ideas. So let's move in the presentation and speak about Pascal Voiron, who I am, and you would see here on the left side of this presentation that I mean, I worked a couple of years in the retail and consumer packaged goods area, more than 12 years, and I'd like to share about this in the example I would share that later on. But mainly, my career is based on blue chip company, working in the IT, Accenture, SAP, Cognos, IBM, and then now for 7 years, working for Salesforce as a sales guy and as a director, as a country manager, and running alliances right now. But I will come back on this, and you can go know and you can learn more about me. But maybe something I'd like to share, something like the fact that I'm still dating the same girl for more than 35 years, which give you maybe an idea of my age and the kind of experience through my career I can have on my back to bring some and share some ideas with you today. But let's go and move forward on this. And by the way, I spoke about retail. So let's pick an example towards this theme of digital transformation, an example with Amazon. you know Amazon today, but you may have forgotten, or you may not know that Amazon at the beginning, in 1995, used to be just an online book retailing shop, period. For sure, Jeff Bezos had a vision. He still has a vision. But it started as an online book retailing. And through this, this curve, this path, which is a little bit turning around and pivoting from time to time, years after year, in different kind of steps or milestones, you can see that Amazon is the example of a company that moved and then changed through digital transformation, leveraging digital IT power to move and transform themselves throughout the years. From an online book retail company to the massive convenience store online that we've got now, which is also, by the way, not only a convenience store, but also the massive web services company and IT vendor with a worldwide extent. And I just put in blue some words here and the companies I used to work with as a sales guy, as a project manager, and that can figure out the fact that I was close to this retail and I could see Amazon, and I was very much interested in looking through the edges what IT transformation can bring and what digital transformation is actually. And I'll share those ideas later on with you. But first of all, what is the main topic? The main topic with digital transformation is that technology is there. And you know what? I started my career in the good 80s of the year. And at that time, the ideas were already there. I remember speaking with Émile Prior, a very talented retail specialist in a company I worked for on that time. Émile Prior was defining the concept of the direct product profit. Direct product profit for a retail company. This concept, very simple, is we want to know every single, marginal and margin bring that every product is bringing from every category or within the store. Meaning that you can know, you can forecast, build your business plan, knowing every single aspect of every product. But you know what? Good idea in the 80s. Very good idea. There is no computer on the planet that could run this idea in 1998 or 1997 when we spoke about that with Émile. I just sent him a very nice hello. But today, and this is what you can see here in this slide, the proliferation of technology, the arrival of the cloud computing, the massive capacity that artificial intelligence is bringing. Artificial intelligence was there already in the 80s, even in the 70s when I was a student. But you know what? The machines, the IT power was not there, and the proliferation of technology brings what we live today, which is the fourth industrial revolution. The World Economic Forum is naming this. This is really the fourth industrial revolution. We are there. This is the intelligence industrial revolution, which is brought by artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and I don't even speak about quantum computing, which is there. So, and for sure, this is supporting digital transformation. And let's go. And what's the other side I would like to share with you also? The other side is you and me. It's the user. It's I show my smartphone a few minutes ago. I could have shown my second smartphone. Professional one, private one, and we are all using those elements in our day-to-day life. And it just shifted and raised up the level of expectation. We all want to use, and we all have to use the technology, the easy to use, our needs as customers, I mean, as customers within our companies using the internal information system of an enterprise, and also in the relationship between customers or with vendors or with partners, everything has shifted dramatically, as I see here. And we all want to have, and we all need, this is the pace of the world that has been made possible through this high level of technology. And this is the digital transformation in motion. We want, everything is digital now. We are mixing physical, digital. We even speak about physical, if you know this word in the real digital transformation. So let's move again, and why not sharing an example of a real company? And I will show you now a movie of a company that is living this digital transformation. Let's wait just a minute. I'm connecting.
The most important store we have in the world is .com, period. And I think a lot of companies struggle in the transformation from brick and mortar to a much more hybrid model.
It's not a question of if or when, it's happening now. We need to lead and be able to respond to those consumer expectations immediately.
The age of subpar performance in digital is gone, because the people who are now engaging in those experiences, they know the speed of a site. They know what good looks like.
So if you're not meeting their expectation at first point, you've lost them straight away.
So we need a partner that knows what to do, that's creative, that will engage with us and really understand our business. And that's where the entire technology platform from Salesforce gives us a competitive advantage.
This generation, they expect something now. They want instant gratification. They want to explore, they want to discover.
They get inspired by what a Kenny does, what a Paul Pogba does, which has no borders. Our primary interface is now through digital media. There's no TV advertising.
The fact that there is so much noise out there and there is so much data and there's so many stories, putting them at the heart of our brand and what we create allows us to be much more relevant.
We want to create the best sports company in the world. We want to be the creator brand.
That access to global profiles, global brands at any time in any way is what consumers are looking for. So we need to bring that vibrant brand experience to life through every digital touch point.
And that's where Salesforce helped us to enable that proactive interaction with the consumer.
We moved from a world where you would spend 6 months, 9 months in building a big capability and you'd launch it and you'd celebrate. And you now get into a cadence where we actually have Black Friday, Cyber Monday, constantly throughout the year.
We almost grew 20% in the first 6 months of this year. We grew our .com 60%. We grew in America 80%.
We're capturing people online. We're driving traffic. The brand heat is on fire. And that marriage of Adidas and Salesforce allows us to be reactive, proactive, and design and evolve for the future.
The capability to roll out products and influence trends is immense. And the connection basically makes that happen overnight. So right now, we can actually get the true power of being a global company by using Salesforce technology. It's, super exciting.
What a presentation. Inspiring, isn't it? But let's move, and thank you very much for watching this, but let's move again to what I was sharing on slides and to the concepts. So let me check again my slides. I'm there with the slides. Present mode. Here we are. So some companies have embraced radical changes. And but let's go back on my topic, digital transformation. Why is it different? We always spoke about transformation. I've been working at SAP, selling and working on ERP projects where we were involved in the traditional transformation. And what is different with digital? I mean, Look, you could hear the CEO of Adidas sharing. He's able to change the business model. Let's take again the example of Amazon, coming from a book online retail, and now being able to sell everything, insurances, products, of course, but also IT services. And there, the change between traditional transformation and digital transformation, something very important as well, it's the pace. I remember a sentence that I could hear from the CIO of Philips when I joined Salesforce 7 years ago. The CIO of Philips, Mr. Hirun Tas, saying, speed is the new currency. Speed is the new currency. So traditional transformation, you can change in a month, in a year, sometimes multi-year approach, acquiring companies, moving, creating a delivery center, whatever. In the digital transformation, you open an e-commerce shop like this in a 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. That's what our customers did. And by the way, in this challenging year of the COVID, a lot of our customers accelerated the digital transformation, leveraging solutions such as Salesforce and others from the competition, meaning moving dramatically in the e-commerce, for the retail business, but not only the retail. Look at how fast the life science companies and the laboratories could go and accelerate their research, leveraging IT to get the vaccine finally ready. So digital transformation is just changing a lot of things, addressing businesses, addressing the rapidity, the speed, the pace, and also the control is not the same. Traditional transformation, you can delegate it in a company. You got a board, make decisions, and then delegate to project managers and organizations, people in charge. Digital transformation, you don't delegate that. The CEO, the chief digital officer, the top executive of the company is involved. Very interesting, and very interesting for you as well, meaning in terms of opportunities to know about that and be involved in this kind of projects. Let's move in the topics I just discussed about. So actually, digital transformation is made of 3 pillars of success. You can decide and you can change about strategy and business model. We've got the example that I shared. I shared some more in a minute. You need a digital platform. I shared earlier, and we agreed together that, today, technology is there. Maybe not completely done and finished, but we compare to 30 years ago when I started in the business. The digital transformation is supported by digital platforms, and there are digital platforms in this world. And there are actors of digital platform. Amazon is one of them. And last point to succeed in this digital transformation success, change management, taking care of the people, being sure the solution will be adopted. You know what? I've got an example here of something that didn't go that well. I'm a French guy. We've got the COVID, and we've got this app. What is the name? Let me know. The anti-COVID. There is an app where that everyone can download, use on his smartphone, and detect through using the Bluetooth features if there is somebody with the COVID in the surround. If you cross somebody with the COVID in the surrounding area, I think something like 1 million, 2 million people use it in France. 2 million, or maybe 5 million. The population in France is 63 million people, or maybe 65, whatever. 5 million out of 65, this is not used. This is not a success. And on that topic, what I would say is that, is it the problem? Is it the digital platform, the problem? Is it the strategy? We've got the President Macron speaking. We all know, we all agree that we need this kind of application and sharing information to know and to not to get the virus. But the communication was poor. absolutely poor, with a lot of discussions regarding there is a traceability, everybody will be the police, we know about everyone, and guess what, this application has not been rolled out. I'm using it. I'm only one of the and we would need to use it all to make it a real success and powerful and efficient in the company. So I've got an example here where the change management, the adoption of the solution has not been a success, and the whole project is a fail. Even if the platform is good, even if the strategy is good, if you don't follow up, involve, communicate, which is part of the change management, you will go for a failure, unfortunately. And I got some other example here of strategy and businesses that could be supported by digital transformation. I spoke about Philips, where I had the opportunity to listen to this very important sentence from Irun Tas saying that speed is the new currency. But look, Amazon moved from an online book reseller to IT services and personal convenience. Schneider Electric, another French company with a visionary CEO, Mr. Jean-Pascal Tricoire. I've got one of my friends who's working in this company. They just changed completely the way they were. They were using to sell electric equipment, and now they're selling solutions. They used to be manufacturer, and they're almost a software company, Schneider Electric. Adidas, you've got the example that you've seen in the video, or Philip Morris. Philip Morris used to be a cigarette manufacturer in the B2B, and now they moved in the e-smoking, moving and knowing their consumers, being connected with them with some apps, and being present in the B2B2C world. How interesting is that? And look about the model that Nespresso is rolling out as well, and other companies in the CPG business. So that's what digital transformation is accelerating, is supporting, is making possible. This is strategy. This is business model changes, and supported, of course, by technology. Of course, in the middle, as I saw in the first slide, you've got a platform. You will have the system of records. I spoke about ERP in the first minutes of my presentation. The SAP and Oracle of the world, through APIs, will help you leveraging this massive power, this massive capacity of the cloud and the digital platform, which is aligning all the information, getting the real support that and also the scale capacity, the scale capability that digital transformation is asking for. Remember, I mentioned that the idea was there 80 years ago, but no machine on the world could run the ideas my friend Emile Prieur was sharing with us. And last but not least, the involvement of the CEOs, of the top management of the company, because digital transformation is touching the people, touching us, every one of us. And we need the CEOs, we need the visionary people, we need the big boss and the leadership of the company to be involved and to follow up, to set the vision, and by the way, to adapt the vision. Because not only digital transformation is something which is helping transform the companies, the enterprise, but also it is based on a pace. So it's, and using those digital platforms, companies can move and adapt much more rapidly than before. Remember, I mentioned that some of our customers at Salesforce, and I got examples of 4 weeks to set up complete e-commerce strategy and site available within the last months, and to face the pandemic issues. And CEOs will be critical, and we need. And you've got some opportunities there as well, by the way, because I mentioned strategy, business model, where we need consultants, we need people to think, to imagine, to be creative. Digital platform, we need developers, we need people knowing the solutions, we need experts, specialists regarding the different systems. And finally, change management. We need people connected to project management, to learning. We need people to motivate, to create a common vision in the enterprise. And those different pillars create some different opportunities for you in the future. So, and to speak about Salesforce, Salesforce has got a view, and we propose a solution and a platform, but not only a platform. That what is very interesting in this company where I'm working is that we work with partners, not only implementation, system integrators, management consulting companies, agencies, digital agencies, marketing services companies, but also software vendors that choose our platform, our solution to build their own. We call that the App Exchange. And so that's exactly, this is one offer to go for the digital transformation agenda of this world. And I hope some of you will know it. I hope some of you would be interested in going more in the details regarding Salesforce after this speech. But we're not the only one, of course. Nevertheless, we are a pretty successful one, and our customers speak by themselves about how supportive and adaptable is a Salesforce solution. Let's speak about something else, which is pretty unique in this world. Meaning, I spoke about technology, I spoke about solutions, e-commerce, marketing. I could speak about Salesforce and services, which are the features and the topics Salesforce is addressing. I'd like to speak about the values, which is absolutely unique, because you can build and you can have good ideas. If you don't align people with the reality, with the trust, as a team, you will go, so far, but not that very long. And I am so proud to work in this company that has based its success on sharing values with all the stakeholders, meaning the employees, the customers, the partners. And those values are very simple. Well, the first of our values is a trust. And when you work in the cloud, in company that is providing solutions in the cloud, having trust as the first value of the company, that's pretty much important. And it helps us also delivering an infrastructure, a platform that is the most trustable in the market. And but not only, it helps us also to work with our customers' data as a jewel. And the way we secure the data of our customers at Salesforce is absolutely unique, and it's based somewhere in this kind of values. The customer success, of course. And when I speak about customer success, I like the idea of that we invent, we innovate, we create together. But by being focused on the customer success rather than on the financial success, our financial success, focusing on customer success, the delivery of the projects, the return on invest towards the vision that we share at the beginning, and that's very interesting. Innovation. Salesforce is a subscription company. We need to invent every year. 3 times a year, we deliver a new version of our solutions, and this pace of innovation is very much coping with the pace of digital transformation, and it's helping us bring more and create more with our customers. And the last, but not the least of our values, is equality. Equality, getting, you know what? We don't like clones. And you would see, and I will share in the next slide some interesting things that getting people with different origin, with different languages or culture, men and women, or people from all over the world, it brings the intelligence, it brings the innovation, it fosters everything. And I'm so pleased to share that not only we've got these values with our customers, we share that with our partners as well. And When we speak about career opportunities, I told you that you can have opportunities, and please look at what's possible in this strategy and business model consulting part of the world. Look at the digital, the platform part of the world where you can invest and find some opportunities for you in your career. But as well, look at what is regarding adoption, training, project management, knowledge of the industry, and capacity for you to adapt and go with the customers on the, this Kaizen approach. Kaizen meaning improving little by little the projects. That's the change management. So those three parts, I got a very good example of my friends at Customer Time, meaning you can see the picture here. When we spoke about diversity, there is a picture which is pretty diverse, diverse. The balance between men and women is interesting, but I know that this company is based out of multiple countries, and this is also the diversity I was speaking about. Customer Time's way is so close to Salesforce way, and I'm pleased to share with you the projects and the success we've got in common in France in particular, but not only in other countries, which is just simple. Meaning this is a truth relationship made in reality through customer success. So please don't hesitate to have contact with them or with Salesforce people in order to go in more detail regarding what I shared with you. I'm just out of the time, and now my presentation is finished. So we spoke about digital transformation. I shared with you how much digital transformation is supported by the capacity of technology, and that we reach today a level with the IT proliferation that is fostering digital transformation. But you need to deliver success in digital transformation. Three absolutely crucial pillars. First, take into account strategy, challenge, and create new business model. Second, choose and adopt the right digital platform. And third, work on a change management in a Kaizen, iterative approach in order to focus on the adoption of every user meaning internal employee, customer, vendors, everyone who is around you in the circle of this company. And in order to succeed, and in a very good recipe to make this successful, is also to live strong values every day with your team, with your ecosystem, and with your customers. So I hope you understood my strange English. I'm very pleased I could do this presentation, and I thank you very much for your time and your attention. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, hope you're doing very well, and thank you so much for giving me a chance to share a little bit about the topic of mastering Salesforce DevOps. My name's Andrew Davis, and I am a Senior Director of Product Marketing at Copado. You can find me on Twitter at AndrewDavis_IO. I'm also the author of the book Mastering Salesforce DevOps, and so very happy to share some summary of the book with you here and just give you an introduction to this topic. If you're not familiar with Copado, by the way, Copado is the leading app exchange product for DevOps for Salesforce to help manage the development lifecycle. We've been in operation for about 7 years, and we're invested in by Salesforce Ventures and have about 600 customers around the world. You can find out more about this topic of DevOps on Trailhead. So we're delighted that together with Trailhead, Copado was able to write these modules for explaining DevOps, how to get started, how to innovate continuously with DevOps. You can find these on Trailhead. Just search for DevOps or Copado. All right, so I just want to set the stage and give some background explanation. First of all, why do we need DevOps? And implicitly, I'm going to explain what is DevOps as well. So as everybody here knows, Salesforce makes it very easy to build, right? So that's the whole value proposition of Salesforce. You can build with Schema Builder here, you can build with Flow Builder, you can create all of this amazing innovation very easily. It's kind of like Legos in that sense. And then the promise of Salesforce is that if you put it all together, you can build this amazing org, with everything you need to support your business, kind of like the Salesforce Tower here, made out of Legos. Very, very promising. Now, the challenge is that in practice, sometimes our orgs end up looking a lot more like this, a Jenga tower, where every change that we make needs to be done very, very carefully because there brings some risk with it, where it's a very complex scenario. There are a lot of challenges that we face with our orgs and with the whole development lifecycle. So just kind of a brief summary of these challenges. The first one that I like to start with is that everyone has only a partial view of the situation. This is a very human, a very psychological challenge that none of us know everything that's going on in the org. Even if we're the lead developer, lead architect, and so forth, we only have a partial view of things. We don't necessarily know all the details or all the use cases and so forth. And one of the challenges is that we don't know why every component exists or the history of every component. That is especially true if you are a consultant and you're coming into somebody else's org. You have no idea why things are there, how they got there, what they're for. Over time, our sandboxes get out of sync. Deployments are very difficult, especially when you're doing large deployments, very complex deployments. And changes can cause unexpected effects, kind of like that Jenga tower that I showed you a minute ago. Users also do things that we didn't predict, and that business, of course, always wants us to move faster. So there's always some business need why we should be going faster. So if you think about, I like to back up and just give the context. Why on earth did our companies adopt Salesforce? What were they trying to do? So if you think about in the bottom left here, you've got this, building from scratch on traditional IT systems. So that's the one option. If you're building everything in .NET or Java, something like that. So your organization either wanted to go faster or they wanted things to be a bit smoother and safer. On the faster side, Salesforce allows click-based admins to get involved, allows members of the business to get involved, do their own customizations. They don't have to come to the developers. They don't have to bother IT team. And that's over here, in the bottom right, you can see very fast to build on Salesforce, especially if you just build directly in production, very fast. Not necessarily very safe, though, because that's another reason why people move to Salesforce. They don't want the entire application, CRM application, or whatever other business applications you're building on Salesforce. They don't want one developer to be able to take the whole thing down with a few, misplaced characters in the code, get 500 errors everywhere all of a sudden. So your organization wants the stability, reliability of Salesforce running on a platform that somebody else is maintaining. And of course, the safe way to develop is not to develop in production, don't do it, but to develop and test in separate orgs. You have your dev sandbox, testing sandbox, and production org. And so you're following a development life cycle. That's what this is called. But the trick is that fast is not safe and safe is not fast, but you want to move fast and also be safe and stable. Facebook used to have the motto, move fast and break things. That was their engineering motto, move fast and break things. You need to move fast and not break things. That's your job. So how do you do that? You need a DevOps platform, some kind of orchestration or coordination layer that manages the flow of changes between these different environments. That's what we're talking about with DevOps here. All right. Now, when you're talking about DevOps, there's a beautiful theory called the theory of constraints. It was introduced in the 80s by someone named Eli Goldratt, Dr. Eli Goldratt, and it's become part of the DevOps lore and so forth. The idea that in any given system, there's always one and only one constraint. And so if you think about what is the slow point in your process, your team's process, where's your constraint? So if you look at these two shapes here, imagine you're trying to send widgets down through this pipeline, and how much can come through is determined by this bottleneck here. If you've got a very narrow point in the process, that determines how much can get through. So how fast you're able to move as a team, as an IT team, a Salesforce development team, and so forth, there's always going to be one main constraint or one main bottleneck in your process. Now, you systematically, the idea with theory of constraints is identify the constraint and then elevate the constraint. There's a few steps, but elevate the constraint so that this is no longer a bottleneck. And now, of course, you'll always have some new constraint popping up. So now the question is, what's your constraint? Is it setting up your environments, development, tracking, deployment, testing, et cetera, et cetera? And we can think about the whole movement to DevOps, even the movement to Salesforce, as a movement of reducing the constraints, overcoming the constraints in your team's capacity. So imagine these little blue dots. They're brilliant ideas. They're your brilliant ideas. They're your boss's brilliant ideas, your company's brilliant ideas. They've got ideas about what they want to build for their company, for the organization. What's limiting your ability to realize them? Maybe it's technology constraints. And so moving to Salesforce creates a more stable platform, faster, easier to innovate, and so forth. So you can increase your capacity to realize those ideas, to roll out innovation. That's very, very powerful. But even once you're on Salesforce, maybe you have some skill constraints. So what do? Maybe go to Trailhead, right? You can increase your skills and that increases your team's capacity to build. But maybe you just don't have enough people. So you hire some nice people like our friends at Customer Times, who thank you for sponsoring the conference. So you get some professional services, your help in here, and you increase your capacity. But even still, even with professional services and so forth, maybe it's your processes that are limiting you and the tools that are available to your developers. And that's where DevOps comes in. So the idea with DevOps is look at your system, identify where are the constraints, and unblock yourself. Unblock and remove these bottlenecks. All right. So what is DevOps anyway? I went into this webinar just kind of assuming you knew what I was talking about, but it's sometimes framed as a combination of lean software development and continuous delivery, but basically it's the evolution of development processes. It's the evolution of agile. It's the evolution of a lot of different software engineering practices. And the traditional origin story of DevOps starts with this conference that was given at Velocity in 2009 by a couple of guys who worked at Flickr. If you know Flickr, the image sharing company. So they ran a conference called 10 deploys per day. And especially back at that time, it was unheard of to be able to do 10 deploys in a day. How much are we doing on our team? Our teams, maybe 1 per 2 week sprint is very common. So DevOps is basically a combination of a lot of very, very good ideas, bringing together concepts from lean software engineering, transformational leadership, continuous delivery. And the goal is to enable world-class quality, reliability, stability, and security at lower and lower costs and effort, right? Just make it easier. And so you have things like the Accelerate State of DevOps report that's been produced by Google for the last couple of years. and the DevOps Handbook, and a lot of other conferences and resources where you can learn more about DevOps. Where did the word come from? DevOps, what is that all about? Think about developers, and then think about ops, meaning traditional sysadmins, traditional database admins, and so forth. What are developers focused on? New stuff, building new stuff, changing things. If nothing needs to change, you do not need a developer. That's what developers want. They want change, right? What does an ops person want? What's a sysadmin want? Network admin? They want stability. They want things to not change, right? And there's this myth in popular culture that when a system goes down, it's caused by hackers. Oh, my website's down, maybe it was hacked, and so forth. 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it's not hackers that are causing systems to fail. It's developers. They're rolling out some new update and they break things. So developers break more stuff than hackers ever will. So ops, the last thing they want is change. They dread upgrades and new releases, and so they want stability. So naturally, there is a tension. There's just a fundamental tension between the wish for change and the wish for stability. So DevOps is a movement to unite these two, to take them both into consideration, to balance both concerns, to work with common goals, shared systems, shared technologies, and so forth. I do have a note here that when we talk about Salesforce admins, they're very different from a traditional system admin. So Salesforce admins are much more like click-based developers. We typically call them app builders and so forth. They may have different jobs, but a lot of their job is like a developer. All right, so that's DevOps. Now, one of the big themes that's come up in the world of DevOps, I showed you that picture of the State of DevOps report. So one of the big themes that's come up over the last number of years is how do you measure your progress? Also questions about how do you visualize. So the measurement of progress is very, very powerful. It's a very, very powerful way to track improvements, to target improvements, and to check whether you're actually making improvements or not. It's easy to spend a lot of time, a lot of money, and so forth on things that don't really move the needle, so to speak, or make improvements. In the State of DevOps reports, and then in this book called Accelerate, which summarized all of that research, they really center around 4 key metrics. And it's nice and simple, right? We can remember 4 things. And even better yet, these 4 things can be grouped into 2 categories: speed and stability. So these 2 metrics on the left here, they talk about speed. We can say innovation velocity or whatever, but it's speed. How quickly can you roll changes out? And that's the question of lead time. In particular, there's a lot of factors that go into how quickly you can roll changes out, but one of them is simply after you've built something, how long is it sitting around? Waiting to be tested, waiting to be deployed, waiting for a pull request to be reviewed, etc. All of that goes into what's called lead time. After the amount of time that elapses after you've built something before it's running in production. That's lead time. So that's one definition of fast, but fast also gets into how frequently you're deploying. Are you deploying once a quarter, once a month, once every 2 weeks, once every day, multiple times a day? That's your deployment frequency. Both of those speak to speed. Now the third and the fourth metrics, they're all about reliability and stability and trust, and they're very interesting, right? The third metric is very interesting. It is a percentage change fail rate. And what this means is every time you deploy to production, how frequently, what percentage of the time do you break something? Now, while the business tends to want us to move faster and want more frequent deployments, sometimes they don't, right? And the reason why they don't sometimes is because every time we deploy something, something breaks. So there's often this view that deployments equal risk. Deployments equal downtime. Deployments equal breaking things and so forth. So change fail rate means if you're going to double your velocity, double the number of deployments, well, you better cut the failure rate by at least half. And that's what change fail rate does. It talks about how can you be less risky with every deployment. So how can you reduce the chance of failing? So that's the third metric. The fourth metric, it happens. stuff happens, and you do deploy failures to production. There are bugs that take the system down. Sometimes it's unavoidable. There's a non-0% chance. There's always a non-0% chance that something will break in production. When something breaks in production, there's only one metric that matters, and that is how fast can you fix it? How fast can you get it back up and running? And that's what this time to recover is. So these 4 metrics, they give you a nice benchmark across both speed and stability that really is applicable across all IT platforms, all disciplines, and all Salesforce teams and so forth. So great benchmarks. Because they're such great benchmarks, at Copado last year, we ran an industry analysis, and we're running another one this year, called the State of Salesforce DevOps Report. Obviously, we're playing off of the State of DevOps Report, the State of Salesforce DevOps Report, those done by Copado. In the research report that we did, we were able to categorize all of the respondents into these 4 categories: elite performers, high performers, medium performers, and low performers. And what we found is that the elite performers excelled in both speed, in terms of lead time and release frequency, and also in terms of stability. They had both higher velocities, but also higher stability. So if you see here, these elite performers, they were able to move from something being finished to being running in production in less than an hour, meaning there was minimal bottleneck or minimal delay in getting it into production. Able to release on demand, change failure rate of less than 15%, and they could restore in less than an hour. Now, on the far other end of the spectrum, the low performers, it took them between 1 week and 1 month to, of lead time after they finished work. They were deploying, less than weekly on average. Now, some of them much longer, and they had a very high change failure rate, and it took them between a day and a week also to recover in the case that they had a failure. So if you look at the difference between these elite performers and the low performers, you can see there's a huge gap, right? There's a huge performance improvement or performance discrepancy between these elite versus the low groups. The lead time, if you measure it in hours, is thousands of times faster. The release frequency is, 40 times higher release frequency and so forth. Now, admittedly, a lot of these elite performers were in relatively small orgs, relatively simple, not complex systems, but still, we found even large teams that were able to perform at this elite level. So why? So if you're in the development team, like I've spent most of my career, if you're an IT architect and so forth, then of course you care about these things, right? You're interested in performance and team efficiency and so forth. But why should your boss care, or why should your boss's boss care? Why should the company care? Why should your company care? Whether your team is efficient or not. I like to show this graph to kind of depict that. If you think about your company, think how many customers do you have? Either the companies that you serve or the individual customers that you have. Probably, it's probably in the hundreds, maybe the thousands, maybe the hundreds of thousands or millions, depending on the business that you're in. Each of those customers then has a relationship with some of your employees. Imagine customer support users or salespeople or whatever. And all of those users may be relying upon the apps that your team builds, like a Service Cloud app that you've built with your team, or other applications that you've built. And that Service Cloud app, depends on you and your team, depends on your creativity and innovation, your architecture, and all these kinds of things. So look at this little line connecting your team to the applications that you're building. That line indicates your team's ability to roll out changes. So if you look at this graph, though, what you can see is that there is an exponential relationship between these apps that you're building and the users and the customers and so forth. So you're impacting, on average, a typical admin or developer that Copado has surveyed is serving about 300 users or employees, about 300 employees per developer on your team. And how many customers do they have? Who knows? In many cases, thousands of customers per employee in some cases. Your ability to roll out changes impacts the entire company. And we found that when we looked at the data in the State of Salesforce DevOps report, we found this correlation. So at first we didn't see a correlation, but when we looked at only at the larger teams building on Salesforce, where there were at least 25 Salesforce devs and admins who were collaborating together, what we saw was this very strong correlation between company performance, and I mean the overall organizational performance, profitability, productivity, and so forth of the company, and the Salesforce team's ability to roll out changes to the org. Now, it very much depends on the company. There's a lot of factors and so forth, but the more your company depends on Salesforce to run, the more your company depends on your ability to roll out changes and the effectiveness and the impact that your team can make. And so that's why what you're doing, if you can move from this low, medium to high to elite performance in terms of your ability to roll out changes quickly without breaking things, you have an impact on the whole company. The whole company can make changes more quickly, can operate more smoothly than they would be without. All right, so DevOps, I promised to tell you what it actually is. I'm not going to let you out of here. I'm not going to let you out of this talk without going into that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about dev, I'm going to talk about ops at the very end, and then in between I'm going to talk about this in-between phase called that I like to call innovation delivery. So from developing something to delivering it to running it in production. So on the dev side, I'm not going to tell you how to develop on Salesforce. You know how to develop on Salesforce probably, or you can find out on Salesforce. So in the book that I wrote, Mastering Salesforce DevOps, I just basically skip all of the instructions about how to build on Salesforce. There's a lot of great books on that. But I do talk a little bit about architecture because this is not always discussed so heavily in these Salesforce books. You need to control your architecture or it will control you. Think back to that Jenga tower that I showed you at the very beginning, that tower of wooden blocks, right? And look at the architecture that's depicted here, right? And look at this quote, "Most architectures are accidental, not intentional." Is that true of the org that you're working on? Very possibly. Another great quote, "If you think good architecture is expensive, try bad architecture." Why is bad architecture expensive? Well, let me give you this example. One of the main challenges in architecture is what's called tight coupling. And now tight coupling has lots of levels of meaning and so forth, but you've heard the term spaghetti code, where you have, for example, one code file where it just, line after line and there's reference after reference. It's very, very hard to figure out exactly what's going on. Well, for an individual developer, we know that's hard to work on, right? But, you're just one person. But the question is, what's the impact on the whole company? If every single developer, every single time they're trying to make a change, they're having to sort through this spaghetti code, this incredibly complex, tangled mess of metadata references and all this kind of stuff that you've got in your org, what happens is that every change takes longer and longer and longer. And the more complex your org, the longer everything takes. So what that's doing is that's slowing down your entire team, which means you're slowing down the business's ability to get changes made to their systems. When they've got an idea, when they've got a process change, they have some improvement, they want to make some optimization to the way they run their teams, their service cloud teams, whatever, service agents, support agents. They're waiting on you, right? And if it's just one file, it's not such a big deal, but when it's scaled across every single change, being super complex, you've got a big issue, right? You've got a big issue, and that's why bad architecture is very expensive. So there's a lot of examples of tight coupling at lots of different scales. The simplest example is in one single file. If you've ever seen an Apex class or something that just went on and on and on and on and on, just all these lines, line after line after line, hard to make sense of that. So instead, shifting to functional or object-oriented code helps make sense of that. Also, highly complex relationship between class files and not having any modules or packages or other order to your system. All of these are examples of tight coupling. Now the opposite, I spent a long time trying to figure out what was a good motif for tight coupling versus loose coupling, and I landed on spaghetti versus pizza, which this may be making you as hungry as it's making me right now. But look at this pizza, right? Loose coupling, each of the pieces is very independent. So examples of loose coupling, object-oriented design, which fortunately, Salesforce developers are kind of forced to be relatively good at that. The architecture, the frameworks that Salesforce gives us forces us into object-oriented design, modular architecture, and then some of these fancy techniques that you may end up coming up with, like event-driven architecture, dependency injection, these kinds of things. All of these are examples of making the code more modular, making each piece a bit more independent, making it so that you can make improvements to one piece without having to untangle the entire mess. So that's about architecture. The reason architecture is important in the DevOps context is it's really hard to move spaghetti, for example, right? Just moving it from one bowl to another, it's a bit messy job, right? Compared to moving pizza from one plate to another. It's the same with trying to move metadata when there's complex relationships. It's a lot harder to deploy. And this gets us into the concept of innovation delivery. And this is often what people think about when they think about DevOps, release management and these kinds of things. And here is where most people start to think and talk about DevOps concepts. They always come back to version control. Why version control? Why is it so important? Two reasons. One is it gives a history of why changes are there, why each component is in place. And it is like having memory. Imagine operating the world without memory. That's exactly what you're doing when you're operating in an org and you can't tell who has made what changes, what things were like in the past, and so forth. So version control is essential to bring sanity to your development process, but it's also the basic foundation for being able to automate things like deployments and tests and so forth. So version control these days is all mostly coalesced around Git is the dominant choice. I like introducing this concept of two kinds of version control. Defensive version control. This is the easy, simple way of getting started. Just use a system, a tool like Copado or something to take a daily snapshot of the metadata in your org. And that at least provides you a little bit of history. So if you ever have to go back and try to figure out what happened, you've got that history. But then offensive version control, this is what version control really is all about. It's where you're manually or using a tool to track all of the changes that you've made when you're making them. So this is what people really refer to generally when they're talking about tracking changes in version control. Version control opens the door to a lot of practices, a lot of kinds of automation, but the most famous is what's known as continuous integration. So continuous integration, the term sometimes is misused or misunderstood, but basically it means if you have multiple development environments, you need to be mixing the changes and migrating the changes between those development environments between each other on a regular basis, at least daily. So if you're not doing that today, that may sound like a lot, right? But that's the idea of continuous integration. So if it's not daily, it's not continuous. It might be integration, maybe it's weekly integration, but it's not continuous integration. Now, in the Salesforce world, if you're just everybody operating in one development sandbox, well, you've got continuous integration because you've just got one environment. But there's a lot of challenges that come with all being in the same sandbox. So when you begin to separate people into different sandboxes, or you start using scratch orgs, this is where continuous integration becomes critically important. It's beneficial to have separate environments, but you don't want them to be too separate. The way I like to think about that is with this sort of heat map. So let's say you're all operating in the same sandbox, and all the developers are together operating in the same sandbox. It simplifies a lot of stuff, but it also creates a lot of unpredictability, especially if you have a lot of developers. So you're working on something and it used to work, and then all of a sudden it didn't work, and you assume maybe it's something that you did. And so you look at everything you did, you try to figure out what's broken, why isn't it working, and so forth. And it takes you an hour or 2 hours before you realize, oh, look, somebody else changed something in the system while I was working on it. So that is too unpredictable. You create scenarios in which you're losing time due to confusion, right? Because you're not able to work on a stable system. The code base, the metadata is changing underneath your feet. Now, on the far end of the spectrum, if you've got everybody's in the different developer sandboxes, but it takes, days or weeks, months even to synchronize the sandboxes, this is very inefficient, right? And you've made these amazing optimizations to your own code base, but everybody else is on the code base from a month or two ago or a week or two ago. Very, very hard to synchronize those changes and very hard to refactor the code and make systematic improvements. So continuous integration hits this sweet spot, where you can work on a stable environment for as long as you need, but basically as soon as you're finished a little piece, made a little change that's stable, mix that in with everybody else's. That's continuous integration. Now, what happens when you're integrating this frequently, when you're moving changes between development environments on a that level of frequency, there's a risk that something might break, and so that's where you get into testing. So I like to think about testing like this. So business requested this bit, but this is what you actually build. This is all the stuff behind the scenes that the business doesn't realize. So as a result, quality has many levels. So you can think about functional quality, what your software does, but also you can think about structural quality, how it's built. And so the way your software is built, this has these 5 aspects. The reliability is what you've built. Does it perform in a consistent way? Is it reliable? Does it break easily? Security, are there vulnerabilities in there? Performance, are you pushing up against governor limits? Is it taking, are the users having to wait for the record to save, et cetera, et cetera? Maintainability. Have you written things in such a way that people coming behind you can understand? Have you written things in such a way that you could understand in another 6 months if you come back and look at your own code? And size, right? How big are things? And that's where, when you're building on a platform like Salesforce, it helps to reduce the size of your customizations because you're able to build on all of this pre-existing functionality. So that's one of the benefits of Salesforce. But of course, even our Salesforce orgs are getting very, very big these days. All right. So just to mention, with each of these levels of quality, there's different kinds of tests, and you can trigger these tests in an automated way, and that factors into continuous integration as well into continuous delivery, which I'll explain now. So continuous delivery, another very famous term. Sometimes people talk about CI, CD, but important to know what this really means and why it's important, right? So what's continuous delivery all about? It all gets back to getting control over those environments. So if you have 2 identical twins and they're born, right? Every second that they're alive, they become a little bit more different from each other, right? They started out identical, they become a little bit more different over time. They marry different people, move different places, and do different jobs and all these kinds of things. Same with your sandboxes. Except the thing is, with your sandboxes, you're having to move changes between them, and they need actually to be the same and not different. So every time you clone a sandbox and give people admin access to that sandbox, the sandbox becomes more different. They never become more similar, naturally. They only become more different. This is the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, right? The entropy in systems always increases. Things become more different. They never become less different. And that's why these sandboxes getting out of sync, where your UAT or your staging environment, where you're supposed to be doing your tests for production, if it doesn't match production, if it's out of sync with production, you can't know for sure if your stuff's going to work, right? It worked in staging. That doesn't mean it's going to work in production if they're different, right? Or it works in your development environment, but it doesn't work in your colleagues' development environment or the integration or the QA environment. Why? How much time are we wasting as Salesforce teams just with this confusion, these questions about why is it different? Why doesn't it work here, and so forth. So the idea of continuous delivery is to get rid of this challenge of configuration drift, get control over the environment you're building in. So continuous delivery then means getting control over this whole process and automating the flow of changes between the environments. So it's similar to continuous integration, which deals with this left-hand part of the grid, part of the pipeline. But continuous delivery is focused on these environments over here to the right. So think about the entire pipeline moving from changes in development, getting them over into integration, over to UAT or staging or QA or whatever you've got, and then over to production. Continuous delivery deals with this right-hand side of the process. Helping to automate the deployments between the environments helps to ensure that the environments are being controlled centrally by a central system, and they don't have just random admins and developers in there making changes arbitrarily, so they're not getting out of sync. So you've got control over these environments. As well, continuous delivery implies the ability to expedite safe, low-risk changes, and to put high-risk changes through, very careful sets of tests and controls. So similar to the balance with continuous integration, there's a sort of a heat map related to continuous delivery, where if it's taking you days and weeks and months to get changes out to production, there's a lot of cost there. There's a lot of risk associated with that. In that you built something, but it's not being used, so it doesn't have nothing that you've built has any value until it's actually being used by end users. And then also, you're not able to get feedback. So you roll a change out. If you're able to get that change out in a matter of hours or days, you can get feedback very quickly. You can make adjustments, and you can quickly converge on the right solution. But if you're doing deployments once a month, for example, and you roll out a change, and then finally you hear from, you thought you had it right, but you hear from the users, oh, it's got to have a few more changes. It's highly, highly inefficient, right? To have to send that back to development. It's going to be another month before you can make the changes. The developer's already moved on to work on something different, and they kind of forgot how it was built in the first place. There's a lot of inefficiency in that process. So this is a view of the Copado continuous delivery pipeline. So Copado put a lot of emphasis into this visual management, allowing you to see all of the environments from one single screen. Also see the deployment status indicators on all of the environments. And these numbers here indicate batches of user stories, collections of changes that may need to be moved back and forth between environments. Humans are very visual creatures, right? We thrive if we can have visual information to help orient us. So a screen like this provides a lot of rich information for us to be able to oversee the whole system and to try to make sure everything's flowing smoothly. All right, so I talked about Salesforce development and delivery. Now Salesforce ops. Well, the good news is that Salesforce does all the hard work for you. You don't really have classic sysadmins or database admins. The Salesforce people are doing that for you. So that's the whole benefit, the value proposition of running on Salesforce. They take care of a lot of stuff for you. So what are Salesforce admins doing then if they're not just keeping the system running? What they're doing, they generally are making things better. At least that's the theory. They want to be making it better, not worse. Maybe they're a lot closer to the end users. They've got a lot of power to help. Now, the one trick with admins is it can be very tempting if you are an actual Salesforce admin in the production org to just make your changes right in production. That's the fastest way to do things. It is not the safest way to do things, but it also causes a lot of problems for the development team, because when you're making changes in production and you're not sending those back to development environments, it basically means your environments are quickly getting out of sync. And so it's really important to find a way to get the admins, force the admins, I would say, to use the delivery pipeline, the same pipeline that developers are using to deploy the changes. So the admins are also making changes in a development sandbox. The only way that really works is if you've got a smooth flowing development pipeline. If you can take those low risk changes and expedite them through there. Having a development pipeline doesn't imply that things have to be slow. It just means that they're traced and that there's controls in place. And so this is where you really need a commercial tool with an admin friendly UI. It's a huge help to get the admins involved. If you've got a tool that only developers can use in the Salesforce world, you're gonna, that's gonna fall flat. That's not an optimal solution by any means. You're gonna get a lot of people who just can't make use of of Git and command line scripts and so forth. All right, I'm not going to go into detail on this, but suffice it to say that just building an awesome system and just learning some skills of scripting or setting up Copado and so forth, that alone is not enough. There's a change management process involved in rolling it out to the team. And so when you're figuring out how you want to approach DevOps, you need to be thinking about this whole change management process and how are you going to get the admins involved, and perhaps how are you going to roll this out to other departments outside of your team. I won't go into all of this, but you'll find a summary in the book that people tend to be in different camps, and the innovators and the early adopters, the people who are happy to experiment with new technologies, have a very different mindset from the majority of the company. And so when you really want to roll something out to everybody in the whole team or the whole company, you need to follow an 8-step process like the one that's shown here. This comes from a guy named John Cotter, who's a specialist in change management. Basically creating some urgency, creating a vision for change, communicating that vision, creating quick wins. And then what's really important to help you to cross this chasm is create those quick wins and then to begin to socialize them within the team, sharing stories of success. And because nothing convinces people like stories of success. So get a few people trying things out. Don't invest too much time or money getting it set up initially. And then once you've got it set up and running, then start showing other people how easy it is, and you can build on the change from there. All right, so implementing DevOps, really, it does involve some organizational change. But it's change that is in service of the company's overall strategy. So you're going to need to communicate well and team up with people like your manager and figure out what are their motivations, your boss's boss and so forth. What are the company's strategic initiatives and how does DevOps fit into that? So think about what would the company be like if you could roll out changes more quickly? You guys have an impact on the entire company. So what would it be like if the company changes a process and you can support it in Salesforce within just days, right? It's super powerful to have a team that's fast moving, has all the tools they need, incredible return on investment of getting the right tools that you need to do your job effectively and to serve the company. So, all right, in conclusion, shameless self-promotion. If you're really interested in this subject, you can get this book. It's a big book. It's got a lot of details in there. It's a great reference, but also there's a lot of very readable sections in there as well. So happy to have a chance to spend time with you all here. Thanks so much for your attention, and I wish you the very, very best with this powerful initiative for your organization. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Chittum, and I'm a developer advocate at Salesforce. I also lead the developer advocate team in EMEA and North America, and it's a huge honor for me to be able to speak at the CRM Stage event today. So thank you very much to the organizers for asking me, and I hope you all are going to enjoy this little overview kind of from my perspective of what I think are some cool feature highlights for the Winter 21 release, specifically for developers. Of course, no Salesforce talk would ever be complete without the forward-looking statement, which simply states, please make your purchasing decisions based on features that are currently available in the product. And this is our agenda today. I'm going to first talk about some updates and changes to APIs, and specifically I'm going to demo one new API that is now generally available. I'm going to talk about a couple of really nice features that have been added to Apex. I'm also going to cover some cool new features with custom metadata and some support that's been added for that in our developer tooling. And then finally, I want to wrap up with a little overview of our sample app gallery and how you can use that to understand better how to use different features on the Salesforce platform. So with that, let's get started with APIs. Now, one of the things that I've always found really exciting with Salesforce as a developer is the many APIs that are available to me. So if I want to build a certain kind of integration, whether that is having Salesforce as the backend to a custom web or mobile application, whether that's an enterprise integration, whether that is a push feed of new changes from Salesforce to external systems. There's so many different ways that Salesforce makes it available for developers to integrate with Salesforce with other systems. Now, one of the really cool new features that's been added is the Composite API. Composite API first came around about maybe 4 years ago or so. And the original purpose was to group together things that used to maybe take multiple transactions in the REST API and allow you to bundle them together in a single transaction. The latest addition to the Composite API is called the Composite Graph API. There's a couple of things that the Composite Graph API is trying to solve as far as problems. The first problem is allowing you to have kind of a more complex graph structure for this transaction that you send to the Salesforce servers. Another is to be able to collate the different types of operations that are taking place. And it's helpful to understand here that the Graph API is a CRUD-only API or a DML-only API. So some of the other composite APIs allowed you to group together different types of API transactions, like you could do a query and a DML operation in one transaction. That's actually not how the Composite Graph API works. The Composite Graph API works is DML only, so just be aware of that. And then the other cool thing about the Composite Graph API is that the way we're enforcing all or none allows you to do it in a more granular way. So I can actually have a whole bunch of transactions roll back, but I can have another set of transactions not roll back, and I can group those in the graph. The final thing that you should be aware of is in the past, the limit of records that you could access with any given part of the Composite API was 200. Some of them had as few as 25. But with the Composite Graph API, you can actually group together up to 500 subrequests in a single payload. So it's a huge leap in performance from what was available in some of the other Composite API endpoints. Now, there's a couple of other cool new features in Winter 21 around APIs. One is the bulk API 2.0, we're beginning to bring that closer to parity with the original bulk API, and adding new features such as being able to query big objects. And if you are interested in some of the future functionality of our APIs, one thing that you might want to do is contact your account executive and see if you can be added to the closed pilot for the Open API spec for S objects. And with that, let's jump over and take a look at my API demo. So this is Postman, actually. And the reason I'm showing Postman is because I'm going to go through this demo using a relatively new community project called the Salesforce Postman Collection. And while it is a community project and doesn't have specific support from Salesforce, it has been built mostly by some Salesforce employees who are involved in implementation, and with the advice of the API product team. So we've been working with them to make sure we're building in a way that works well with the APIs as they are coming, but it is technically not a supported Salesforce feature, so just be aware of that. Now, to illustrate this particular API request, let me go and take a look at the use case. The use case is kind of like what's going on today. We have a conference, and we're going to have sessions, and we're going to have speakers. And so you can see here there's several sessions that are loaded in. If I select one of those and I go to Related, I can see the speakers, and then I can jump over and I can actually access the speaker record itself. Okay, so that is kind of how these all fit together from an end user perspective. If you'd like to visualize it more from an entity diagram, you can see here in the schema builder, we have our sessions, we have our speakers, and we have a junction object, the session speaker junction object. Now, this is the kind of scenario where loading this into Salesforce using the existing REST API could be tricky. And again, one of those cases where the number or the maximum number of transactions in the existing composite API might have limited you a little bit more than we have with the Graph API. So let's jump over and take a look again at Postman and dig into the Graph API requests a little bit deeper to understand what's going on there. All right, so we're looking at our API requests. And if you're not familiar with Postman, the Salesforce Postman collection gives us a whole bunch of template requests. I've taken this composite graph one and I have duplicated it so that I have this composite sessions and speakers request. And once I've duplicated it, I was able to take that template and I was able to customize the body with my own data. And you can see here that each sub request is posting to the CRUD endpoint for each of the objects. So there's my session, my speaker, and my session speaker. Now, each of the first two requests has a reference ID. So you can see that as speaker here. And then I'm referencing that in the junction object request using this @curly bracket syntax. So that @curly bracket syntax tells the Salesforce Composite API to resolve this. And so it's going to go and find this, whatever this speaker response was. So it's going to basically take the REST response. It'll access it through this speaker, and then you can then access the different data values in that response using this token system. So with that, I will end up with a speaker, a session, and I'll have those two connected with another record. And you can see here that that's my graph 1. I also have a graph 2, which is precisely the same, except for the data values in the fields are different. Right, so different speaker, different session, but we're still using that token system to be able to resolve back to the IDs for those records once they have been passed to the database and generated those IDs. Now, let's go ahead and execute that. So I'll click on Send. And if we scroll this up a little bit, we should be able to see that each of these was successful. There we go. And the interesting thing is that the all or none is all related at the graph level. So if my import of this first session in Speaker failed, the second one may still succeed, and vice versa. So it kind of gives you an idea that you can actually, you can group together groups of records that you want to be all or none, and you can separate those from other records that you want to allow those to be successful if that other group doesn't. So it's a pretty flexible and cool way to bring together a more complex set of data that we might want to import into Salesforce. And remember, I mentioned the sample apps. There is actually a new sample app out there called eCars. eCars has a progressive web application that uses the Graph API. So speaking of going and seeing an example of this, there we go. Go check out the eCars sample app, and you can see a sort of real-life version of this as opposed to one prototyped in Postman. Let's also go and just double check that we got our records into the org. That's always nice in my demo. So if I go to sessions and select that again, that refreshes. And we can see there's the release highlights and the web components fundamentals sessions. And if I click through those, I can go and find the speaker. And sure enough, there is our speaker. So there we go. The Composite Graph API. Cool. Let's talk a little bit about Apex. Apex is, of course, a critical feature of any complex project. More often than not, you will need to add even a little bit of Apex that will help support your customizations. And to make that easier for our developers, we've been seeing some really cool, nice features being added to Apex recently by the product team. Case in point, for Winter 21, we have the safe navigation operator and the new S-object error methods. Let's go take a look at those. Now, safe navigation has to do with null checks. As you're probably aware, before you go and access an object that might be null, you would want to test that it's null. And this is particularly important if you are chaining together multiple calls. So I call this method, it returns an object, and then I can immediately turn back around and I could call that method again. But if, a method off of that object. But if that first method could return a null, I'm putting myself at risk for an unexpected error. So this type of syntax is really common where you have an if, you check to see if the response is going to be null, and if it isn't, then you can go ahead and proceed. But what if we could just get rid of that if altogether, or rather, make that if implicit in the method call itself? Well, that's exactly what the safe navigation operator does. So we have that same API, user.getProfileURL, and then .toExternalForm is going to do some kind of transformation that passes this to a URL. So that's all well and good. But if getProfileURL could return a null, we have to make sure that we don't blow up on a null pointer exception when we call the toExternalForm method. And that's exactly what the safe navigation operator does. If, when getProfileURL is invoked, it returns a null, then that null is going to be passed through to the variable that we're assigning to on the left-hand side. On the other hand, if we get something back that's not null, then everything proceeds as normal, and we assign the response, or the return rather, of toExternalForm to the variable on the left. So that is the safe navigation operator, and I'm sure you can see how this can reduce a lot of extra code that really doesn't have anything to do with the logic that you're trying to accomplish. It's just ensuring that the logic doesn't blow up accidentally. All right. Now, the other thing I'm going to talk about with Apex is these new S-object error methods. There have always been error methods available in S-objects that have allowed us to sort of understand what the current error state is of a given S-object value in our Apex code. However, there were a couple of things that were a little bit tricky about using these, particularly around being really clear and specific about which fields might have been causing an error, and also about being able to produce an error in certain cases where you want to test for it, particularly around writing Apex tests. So the first add error method allows us to go in and add an error to the S object, which was something we could always do, but it allows us to specify a certain field name that we're going to assign that error to. So this is really powerful, and we'll see a screenshot in a moment. It allows us to give better signaling to our end user which field the error took place on. Now, the S object has errors is really useful because this allows us to go in and check to see what the status is of an S object without actually running a DML operation. And this is, especially when you're doing sort of mocking in your test code, this can be really, really handy because you can basically set the error state, but you don't need to actually perform a database call to make that happen. The last thing is the get errors, and get errors is a way of again retrieving the actual errors for an S object without actually performing the DML. Again, same case, being able to access that in a case where you don't necessarily need the DML, you just need to test for the error circumstance. So that you can go and kind of get on with what your code is, again, without making a trip to the database. So we just took a look at the new update to the add error method, and you can see here, this is where this works. In the past, if we did add error, we might have been able to, in the error message say, go look at this field. But in this case, we'll actually be able to put the message associated with the field itself so that somebody could go in and actually take a look at that. And that's what we've done here in this particular screenshot. Now, I did want to go in and really quickly show an example of the safe navigation operator. This is the Apex Recipes sample app. Apex Recipes is a sample app which is exactly like it sounds like. These are code recipes, some of them very simple, some of them more complex, showing in a minimal number of lines of code how to accomplish certain functions within Apex. This particular collection utils class, I'm going to go ahead and close that, has a couple of helper methods. This one in particular creates a map from a list of S objects with an arbitrary field as the key. And the cool thing about this is that, if you have something like an external ID field that's unique, you could always do this, but you'd have to sort of manually iterate through this in a list, and then, get the map back from that. So this little method here does that for you. But to do that, it is also trying to make the list type strongly typed. And so you can see here, in order to do that, it's taking the incoming list, getting the first element, and then we'd use the safe navigation, right? So if the list is empty, we would get a null, right? And this ensures that if we get that null back, the call to get S object type isn't going to throw a null pointer. It'll simply assign null to the object type value here, and then kind of off it goes into the rest of the code. So that gives you just a small example of how that safe navigation operator might work. All right, moving on to custom metadata. Custom metadata is another feature that's been around for a few years. This is a great feature if you want to create sort of custom configurations where you want your configurations or your code to be able to be modified without directly changing a hard-coded value. Now, we've been able to do this for a long time in Salesforce. Previously, one of the workarounds would have been to actually just use a custom object. That was never great because you would burn a custom object off of your allocation to make that happen. So we then added custom settings, which, were a really great step forward because they were cacheable, they were easy to access. However, custom settings were still a custom object. And what that meant was that the configuration itself was a kind of data. And if you deployed the custom setting, the data would never come along with it. You would then have to run a script that would go and populate that with data, just like you would populate some other data in your org. So custom metadata types were a great step forward because if you wanted to both deploy the custom metadata type and the metadata, in other words, the configurations, that could all be deployed, because all of it is metadata, in fact. Now, there's some other great features of custom metadata types. This is a great slide to summarize that. The ability to deploy the metadata itself is obviously a big one. This has the advantage of unlimited calls or queries, just like custom settings did. And one thing that's really great about custom metadata types is, unlike custom list settings or custom objects, custom metadata types are supported in Apex, but they are also supported in your validation rules, your formulas, and in Process Builder and Flow. So, this made it really, really great for you to be able to, not just use these in code, but also use these when you're building configurations. The reason we're talking about this is because a new plugin has been added to the Salesforce CLI called Force CMDT. And the great thing about this plugin is it takes some of the things that you would have had to do either through the setup menu or sort of manually if you wanted to manipulate the XML, and it gives you a command line tool to now do this. So the automation of your custom metadata types can be done much, much easier now. In particular, if you want to migrate an existing custom object to a custom metadata type, you're just going to be blown away by this cool feature. So the different commands are to create the custom metadata type, create the fields, create individual custom metadata records, or insert via a CSV. But my favorite command by far is force CMDT generate. If you have an org with a custom setting that has all the custom setting values populated in it, you can use the generate command to go in and generate an identical custom metadata type, so it'll have all the exact same field values and types, and automatically generate the metadata all in one go. And that's exactly what I want to show you today. In this example, our users have been using a feature that automatically populates the record types in leads. And we've built this feature with a combination of some Apex as well as a custom setting. And the way that this works is if I click on New, I can go and I can create my lead. And based on the selection in the industry, and we'll say today that I'm in the not-for-profit sector, and the country, which I'll go ahead and select as the United Kingdom, where I live, and save that, we'll see that the record type has been assigned, and this is again based on this Apex code and a custom setting. So let's take a look at a few details of how we built that. Now, the first thing that I want to draw your attention to is the actual custom setting itself. So here's our record type mapping. We have our country code and our industry. Those are the two field values that we set. And then we also have the record type. So, we do a lookup on country code and industry. We get back a record type, and that's what we assigned. The problem is that when we deployed the custom setting, none of the data was actually there. And the way that we had to do that was actually using all this code here. And, essentially, this is line after line of what is in effect data. Now, a lot of you may have features like this that you have that work today just fine, and you're not going to re-implement them because of the level of effort that it might have been to move into a custom metadata type. So hopefully I'll show you just how easy it is to do this. Essentially, we need to create the custom setting. We need to create the custom metadata type from the custom setting, and that's exactly what the generate command does. So generate identifies what is the custom setting or custom object I want to model my new custom metadata type off of, and then what's the name of my new metadata type minus the standard custom Salesforce suffix, which is __MDT. So I'll go ahead and enter that in. The other thing that this utility is going to do is look up all of the custom setting values in my org that I've connected to my project, or in some other org that I specify in the command explicitly. So we can see now that that's done, I now have a new entry under objects for my custom metadata type with fields that match identically to the custom setting. A little bit further up, I also have a new folder called custom metadata, which has all of those record values now stored as metadata, which I can then store in my version control system. So if anything changes, I can reconfigure that, and then I can redeploy that as a part of a standard change request process. Now, I of course need to make some modifications to the Apex code as well, and we're just going to do a find and replace for that. So I go and search, and of course the README and the post install script, I don't need to do anything about those because those have to do with the custom setting. But for this custom setting service, I'll do a replace, and same thing with mapping service. And what we'll see is that we've replaced the custom setting reference with the custom metadata type reference. We're now going to go and push that to our org. And I like using this alias that I've been using for years now, DX push. This just does a force source push, which then makes it go to my Scratch org. Of course, you could do a deploy if you're sending this to your staging org or to a production org. So once this is all done, I should be able to flip back over, test this out, and have the exact same functionality, but all encapsulated within a custom metadata type now. All right, so let's create one more lead. In this case, we'll say the city of Kiev, and we'll say industry is government, of course. There we go. And the country of Ukraine. Oops. Let's try Ukraine. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and save. Okay, and now in our details, we now have the record type for EMEA government instead of the other one. And all of that functionality with very little effort, I was able to take the data, the structure of the custom setting, move that to a custom metadata type, make some changes to my code, and I am off and running. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk to you about today is our Salesforce sample apps. If you're not aware of these are a set of applications that the developer relations team has created and maintains so that we can have great examples for you, our developer community, to learn from. You can find the sample apps at developer.salesforce.com/sample gallery. And there are two sets of applications. Some applications are more use case based, and they attempt to kind of replicate a business use case in order to illustrate how certain features work. Others are more best practice based, so they don't really try to make a specific use case. Rather, they try and illustrate how specific APIs and functionality works, such as the LWC Recipes app and the brand new Apex Recipes app that we just released about 2 months ago. So if you're looking for really great in-depth examples of code and how to implement a lot of the features that we've talked about, this is a great resource to use. In particular, if you look there, that eCars app, that's the one that has an implementation of that Graph API in a progressive web application. Now, to finally wrap up, I just want to let you know that everything I've talked about here today is available out there in some format or another, and all the links here point to different features and functionality that I've referenced. I especially want to draw your attention to some of our video content. Given the nature of the world in 2020, video content has become much more critical for us to reach you, our developer community. So take a look at Trailhead Live, where we live stream every week new developer content, and our Salesforce Developers YouTube channel. And I especially want to point you to the YouTube channel because, as I've said, we've been investing time and energy in new content. And these developer quick takes that you can see here are short 5 to 10 minute videos focused on one or two key topics. And I'd love it if you take a look at those and let us know what you think. We've got about 20 of them out there now, and we're pushing out new quick takes all the time. So with that, I want to say thank you. Once again, I'm Peter Chittum. I really appreciate the organizers asking me to talk again today, and I hope everybody has a great conference. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sitaram Srivatsavai. I work as Director Web Development at IQVIA. I lead the product engineering team that develops a highly successful customer engagement application on the Salesforce.com platform. Our application consists of two first-generation managed packages. One of them is an extension package. Over the last few years, we have scaled our application to the point where we have other IQA products built as extension packages on top of our core managed package. In this process, we had our fair share of learnings, and today I want to talk about some of the design and development best practices we follow for our extension package development. I have categorized this session into different stages of development and discuss learnings and best practices in each area of design, development, testing, deployment, and creating trial orgs. We shall start with some terminology I'm going to use during this presentation and be clear with what each of them mean. A managed package is a collection of application components that are posted as an unit or a package on an app exchange, and they can also be associated with a namespace and a license management organization. An extension package is any package, component, or set of components that add to the functionality of a managed package. And extension requires the base package to be installed in the Salesforce organization before you can install the extension package. Core objects and fields, so these are the objects and fields from the base managed package, and extension object and fields are the independent objects or fields created in the extension package independent of the base managed package. And the last one is global APIs or classes. So these are the a class or a service like accessible by Apex. Classes outside the managed package, these are the ones which are exposed from the base package to be used by an external package or by a subscriber in the customer org. Okay, so let's jump into the best practices of further design. So in design, we primarily focus on three major areas: data model, custom metadata, and UI. For each problem or requirement, I have the definition of the problem with some use cases, and the solution consists of the considerations we need to make and some design patterns you can follow when you're actually doing the development. Some of these best practices could be applicable for an independent managed package development as well, not necessarily only for an extension package. Right. The first one in the data model is enhancement to the core data model. If you have a requirement to add new fields to existing core as objects, or add children as objects or relations field to the existing core as objects, in that case, like when you are adding new fields, like check if there are any existing fields that can be reused from the core data model. Check if such a field is also required in the core functionality, like if yes, then consider to add it in the core package rather than adding it in the extension package. And whatever fields you are adding, make sure there are no out-of-box dependencies in the core functionality using the core data model. And when adding relational fields, like if you're either adding a lookup or a master detail, make sure there are no out-of-box dependencies in the core functionality using the data model. And if you are adding a master detail, consider to add that in the core package itself, like if the related object is also in the core package, even though you need this master detail relation for an use case in the extension package, make sure like when you add, try to add that in the core package. When you're actually doing the development, you can use one of these two patterns, like add the dependent or reusable fields and as objects to the core package, and add the independent fields and objects to the extension package. So that's around like extending the existing core data model. Let's say you want to build a different UI on the core data model, right? Maybe you already have an UI, maybe it's Salesforce UI, or you have some custom UI on the core data model, but you want to create a brand new fancy UI focused on the extension package functionality, which is not used or available in the core package. So in such scenario, you can consider as a first step use the platform UI and components to do the minimum viable product, and plan to do evaluate the needs of the similar UI in the core package, and if that is the case, like build that consider like building that UI in the core package. But if it is explicitly required only for the extension package and there is no requirement for the core package to use this in any time in the future, then go ahead and create that UI component in the extension package. Right. So this is like around if you are doing any new UI on the core data model. Let's look at an use case of creating triggers on the data model, right? For if you are doing any custom validations, or if you have any business processes related to the extension package, like doing some calculations or post actions, if you are considering to create triggers, right? For this, if you want to do calculations or updates on the different objects, or if you want to do any sharing or any post TML actions, like usually which we do using an after trigger, consider using a platform event instead of like writing those multiple triggers on the object. This is a best practice from a data model in general. Even for a regular managed package, consider using a platform event and write triggers on the platform event so that you can make this post actions asynchronous and the transaction doesn't get like stuck or like fail waiting for these things to be processed. Check if the new requirement is an addition to the core logic or a conflict or a repetition of the core logic. Right? Ideally avoid any conflicting logic with the core triggers. If conflicting or repetition logic, then create a new handler in the consolidated logic. Right? When I say handler, we'll talk about that in a minute. Read whenever you are trying to override or like do something new on top of the core, like make sure that you read the release notes of the core trigger handler. When every time there's an enhancement happen to that, make sure that like you update the extension packages trigger handler as well, along with those new updates done to the core trigger handler, right? And if you are doing either new handlers or new validation rules, consider to set them as inactive or when you ship them out of the box. This is primarily to help with your backward compatibility for the existing customers. Like these things doesn't just go and becomes a transparency issue, like start work, like doing some validations which the client does not want to do it yet. So when it comes to the development, right, you can use these patterns when doing the development. To start with, instead of creating multiple triggers on an S object, create a trigger factory to create trigger handlers for an object. Right? This is a approach like we take in our package. Right? Instead of in the past, we used to just create multiple triggers on the same S object, or just create one big trigger and like try to include multiple functional flows within the same trigger, which became like a maintenance hassle, and there is no way for customers to configure what pieces of that trigger to be enabled or disabled. So for that reason, so we have come up with this framework, which is more of a trigger factory where we create handlers for each of this, either after insert or before insert. It can be anything. We create multiple trigger handlers focused on one functional flow, right? So each trigger handler is an unit of a functional flow, so that with this will be tied with a custom metadata, right, which can be used to control the execution of these handlers. So we use the custom metadata to turn on or off them along with the priority order for execution. Like if there are 4 trigger handlers on the same object, and if you want to define the priority in which order they want to be executed, you can mention the priority using this custom metadata. Right? This is something, it's a best practice you can follow for even if you are doing a single managed package development. Let's look at the current use case, right? Going back to our current use case of if you want to create new trigger handlers on top of the core S objects, then you can choose to build the new trigger handlers in either the core package or in the extension package, right? So this, in either case, depending on the use cases, like you can consider that if this is something you want to be used in the core package in future, then consider to create in the core package. Otherwise, create that in the extension package. In either case, like when you ship these handlers out of the box, keep them as inactive to avoid any backward compatibility issues for existing clients using that core managed package, right? For validations, use validation rules where possible instead of creating custom triggers. This another the reason why we are recommending that is if it is a validation rule, the customers will have an option if they want to like turn it off or turn it on, or like if based on that they can create their own validation rules, right? So that's around triggers on the code objects. So one other area like which is in line with the triggers is sharing logic, right? Like if you are doing any sharing on these S object records, right, when they are created or like when they are updated depending on some criteria. So you could be either using a trigger or a batch job for this purpose, right? Let's say your requirement to add a different sharing process than what core package provides before adding it, right? Let's like if then in such a case, right, like from a considerations wise, you need to check if this if there is already a sharing flow in the core package, right? It could be a trigger or a batch job, and check if the new requirement is in just an additional independent log to the core logic, or it is it a conflict of the core to the core logic, right? Like whatever the sharing is available in the core package. So in from an implementation wise, like we just talked, use platform events for doing this after insert or update of the record actions. And when you're creating the new trigger handlers, right, just like create them with additional non-conflicting sharing logic in the extension package. When you're doing that, then you can enable this new handler independently if required on top of the core trigger handler. So in this case, there are two trigger handlers doing two different sharing logics, right? One in the core package and one in the extension package, which are independent. But let's take the other case where you have some repetition or some conflict with the core package's logic. In that case, in the extension package, create a new trigger handler with the consolidated logic, like consolidate the logic, what the current sharing flow we have in the core package. Then along with that, consider what you need for the extension package functionality and create a new trigger handler consolidating both logics. And when you actually implement this, disable the core trigger handler and only enable the new trigger handler. That way it does both jobs. And if you are using batch jobs for doing the sharing logic in the core package, then it is recommended to create, like, not use that batch job from the core package. Instead, use the create a new batch job in the extension package with the consolidated logic from the core package and the extension package. Why it is different from handlers is when it comes to the batch jobs, we don't want two batch jobs running in parallel, like doing different sharings or like doing conflicting sharing, which will end up creating issues with identifying like what went wrong, where it will be hard. So it's better just have one batch job which does the job of both. So that's around the sharing, which is in line with the trigger handlers approach. Let's take a case like where you have requirement to add some new data model to the extension package functionality, which has conflicts with the core data model. When I say conflicts, it could be it's almost same or almost like close to what we have in the core data model, right? So before you go down the path of adding those new objects, right, which are pretty much duplicate to the core package, right, evaluate the existing objects and fields in the core data model and see if you can use them with small enhancements, right, like making small. We'll talk about what those enhancements can be, and check if also check that if there is a similar requirement in the roadmap for the core functionality. You first like consider enhancing the core data model, right? So once you do all this evaluation, then only then like enhance existing core data model by adding new record types, like either additional fields, relations, or like any new children objects, instead of adding brand new duplicate objects in the extension package. But if you see that it cannot enhance the core data model to meet your needs, then it's fine. Like then go ahead and create this new data model in the extension package and keep it independent of the functionality from the core package. So that's around like the 4 different use cases from the data model. Then let's look at some use cases around custom metadata. Right. If you have a use case to add new metadata records for core packages, custom metadata specific to the extension package functionality, which is check. Main thing you need to do when you're adding new records is like check if this would be a use case in the core package as well, and you would need a similar thing in the core package. If that is the case, consider creating it in the core package. But if it is not related to the core package, and if it is focused on the extension package functionality, then create those new custom metadata records in the extension package. Ideally, you can do this only for the public custom metadata from the core managed package. So that's the first use case, adding like just simple use case, which is common use case as well. We see with custom metadata, you would potentially use them in both packages. And let's look at the use case where you have some UI requirement, right? If you have some requirement to add some new fields for your core packages, right? Custom metadata, for example, if you want to change the definition of itself. In such case, things you would need to consider is you need to evaluate if those are required in the core package in a future release, or if there is something like a commonly used field you can use like a sort order, then create them in the core package. But I'll also consider that like there are a few things you cannot change, like existing custom metadata which are developer editable to like subscriber editable. Like if you are trying to changing the definition, don't do that, any such stuff in the extension package. Right. So when it comes to the actual development of this, a couple of patterns you can follow is add commonly used fields, like the sort order example I gave, like in the core custom metadata. But if there is any independent requirement and you need to enhance the definition of the custom metadata from the core package, and it is not required for the core package, then we recommend like don't extend it in the core package. Rather, create a new custom metadata. It could be a duplicate, fine, but you just create a new custom metadata definition in the extension package for that use case. Like don't mess with the core package, because that would create long-term maintenance challenges, which we have seen in our application development as well. Okay, the next use case is around the core, using the custom metadata by like an administrator in the org, right? As many of you agree that working on the custom metadata records using Salesforce setup is probably not the best user experience. Like we usually create custom UI on top of custom metadata for administrator to make it easy to use, and also may not make mistakes when they're updating custom metadata records, right? It's not an easy task to use a Salesforce setup to just create multiple records. Sometimes they might be dependent on each other, right? So let us say that like you want to build a custom UI for the core custom metadata because you have some custom UI requirement which does not like meet with like what you already have in the core package, or there is no custom UI even built, like for any reason there is no UI built yet in the core package, right? So a consideration for this is to create the UI in the core package. If no UI is already available, that's probably one thing I would say you need to consider. But if that's the case, if there is already a UI, if that is something you can enhance in the package, consider doing that. If you cannot like just enhance what's there in the core UI, then go ahead and create this in the extension package. So that's around the UI on top of the custom metadata, right? So these are the 3 different use cases or design problems we have, like when you're dealing with custom metadata, right? So the next one is also around the UI, but this is more from UI of the core functionality from the core package, right? Let's look at the use case, like where you have a need to design around the custom feature in the UI package. Like if you have like a new requirement, right? Check right, and you wanna enhance the core packages UI or build something on top of that, right? So in such cases, like especially when the core package is using the platform UI like the lightning pages and stuff, check if you have any like such requirement in the UI for the core package as well. It's a common thing, like any other best practice I explained so far. First check would be, if do we need this in the core package? If yes, then like consider prioritizing that enhancement in the core package. Like don't create duplicate UI or like try to override the package in this extension package. So this is one thing I would say, don't create that duplicate UI in the extension package, because this could create long-term maintenance challenges, especially for customers using the functionality from both packages. If they see different UI and like one UI overrides the other, it kind of becomes an usage and a maintenance challenge. So those are the different design problems and some considerations with some patterns to follow when you're doing this development. So before we wrap up the best practices, right? Let's look at some database best practices. So give me a second. Thank you. So before we wrap up, right, like I said, let's look at some design best practices. Most apply for any managed package development, not necessarily just for an extension package, right? Let's look at some do's and don'ts for this. When it comes to the do's, well, you're adding any pick list fields, right? Then for any reference or master data objects, make them unrestricted, meaning that like if you are adding any pick list field to the account object, right, which is a reference data which is mostly loaded from an external system. So in such scenarios, consider to have them as unrestricted pick list, so that any data loads happens or any ETLs which pump data from an external system, even though if there is a value which is not added as a pick list value, it still can be loaded into the system. When it comes to the transaction data, right, make them restricted. Like when it's a transaction data, for example, you have an activities you create on an account, right? So you will probably have a status field on that activity, like in progress, submitted, completed, like something like that, right? So in such scenario, make it restricted, so that mostly we usually have some business processes dependent on those statuses, like there could be some workflows on based on the status. In such scenarios, don't make them unrestricted, like, and have issues like if there's some unknown value is populated, then the business flow could potentially get impacted. And when it comes to the use case of between a core package and an extension package, overlapping, when you have some overlapping functionality, we need to reconsider to add in the core package, right? Like for the additional data model, like whenever you're adding some brand new objects and stuff, and there's an overlapping requirement, but we don't need everything from that new data model in the core package, right? Let's take an example that like you have some process where you do some sort of business flow calculations, determine whether an account is eligible to do an activity, right? Is eligible to take a call or do a meeting with if they're available for that, right? So when for those processes, if you have some process in your extension package where this will go over all that business flow of determining whether that account is eligible for an activity or not, keep that whole data model in the extension package, and maybe just the summary or the final result of that flow in this example, like maybe a checkbox field on the account, keep that in the core package, so that like when you do all your process in the extension package, the end result, you can just mark this checkbox to true or false on the account, so that like to determine if they are eligible for an activity or not. So those are the do's. Let's look at some don'ts, right? This is again a common practice you can follow for an independent managed package development as well. Don't add any feature looking fields. This is something we learned from our own experience when we had some requirement to just like add those fields. We'll come back and implement them in a future release. Most of the times we have seen that like our requirements could actually evolve or change when we come around to implementing this, and we might need to change the data types. We might even need to like create like a different fields or like all different relationships itself between objects. So and we ended up creating newer versions of those objects or fields because we could not use what we already shipped. Another issue with that, if you add them and if you end up deprecating or deleting them from your package, they will still like linger around in the customer orgs, like where this package was already installed with these fields. They don't go away from there. So it's better like plan and add only the ones you are gonna use in the current implementation from a release perspective, right? Similarly, don't add any unnecessary lookups, right? Especially when it comes to relations, like we tend to add some relations even before we implement something, right? So again, the same thing as fields, don't add any unnecessary lookups. And when it comes to the field definition, like something like required fields or like lookup filters on the fields, whatever packaged fields we have, right? There are properties which cannot be edited by a subscriber in the customer org, right? For example, we cannot change the definition of a field from required to non-required. It's only developer editable. A customer cannot change that. And and similarly for the lookup filters, right? Anything you ship in the package, it cannot be edited by the customers again, right? So in both cases, instead of just like making them either required fields, instead of making a required field at the database level, consider making it a required field in the page layout, UI level, or maybe you can also ship a validation rule, which can be made active or inactive by the customer for this required field. And when it comes to the lookup filters, right, you can consider to add them. There is no harm in adding lookup filters in the out of the box. When you do that, just make sure that like you are keeping them as optional, so that even though by default they will see the filtered results, the end users will still have an option to do advanced search and like look for more values in addition to the actual lookup filter, right? And one more thing to remember, which is primarily applicable for any package development. So don't make any changes to already released fields, right? Like because Salesforce does allow to make some changes, but when it comes to managed package, make sure like you don't change those data types or like you try to make changes to it. Probably one exception would be to if you already have a text field and if you shipped it as like 100 character limit, then if you want to increase it to 255 characters, feel free to do that. That's fine. Like a text area or a text field, it's okay. You can always increase that. There is nothing wrong with it. But like even when you do it, don't try to reduce it. You can always go up, but don't go down. So these are some best practices, like in common best practices from database development in a managed package. So that's around the design, right? I hope I have not bored you guys like with too much information around this design patterns. So let us switch gears and look at some process guidelines / best practices for development to testing to deployment, right? So a couple of assumptions is that like the Salesforce package is the main package, like the base core package is the main package and has major functionality, and the extension package is just doing some additional things, right? That's one thing, because we could potentially have packages like the base package is a lighter one than the extension package, but in our use case we are assuming that it's the base package itself is a major package, right? And the other consideration for this presentation perspective I'm thinking is the development teams for this core package and extension package are different, right? At least different Scrum squads within the same team. So let's look at like how when you're actually coming to the development, right? Like what we can the different areas we need to consider when you're doing this development for core package and extension package, right? For when it comes to the developer org for the extension package developer, I consider using Salesforce DX with the core and extension packages installed in the Scratch orgs. And for any reason you cannot use Salesforce DX because some of your package components are not supported or something is not available in the DX, for any reason you can also have another option to use beta package of the core package, beta version of that. When the new release being developed, you can get like a beta package every end of every sprint from the core package development team and use it for your development, right? So assuming that you're doing a sprint based development, right? So when you're doing that, you need to when it comes to the development of data model changes, for example, right? So if you are looking at data model changes, you need to plan to push the new data model. Like if there are any things in the core package you need for your extension package development, plan to push them in the first 2 sprints so that like in a release cycle you have enough time to do this development on the using those core data model in your extension package, right? And if there are any dependent items other than the data model, right? For example, you need a new service, global service made available in the core package, or you need some other additional functionality built in the core package before you can build your functionality in your extension package, right? In either case, plan to have a delayed sprint development, like where the core package team works on sprint 1 and 2 on something, then you pick it up from there and you work on sprint 3 and 4, right? So just simple example like that. At least like plan to have like a 2 sprint buffer with the core team, so that like you will have enough time to make sure that the core package functionality is working before you end up developing something new on top of that. And when you are doing this merge request, which for such a dependent functionality, and you would need help for reviewing it from the both sides of the development teams. So in such scenarios, like try to do this in smaller batches, right? And if in case of larger merge requests you're gonna do, create a work in progress either using GitLab or GitHub, whatever code repository tool you use. Use that to like create work in progress merge request for any large exceptions, right? And the last area is around the global classes or the APIs, right? Which are the ones which are exposed from the core package. When you are using such things, like try to code at the code level, provide the documentation and use that rather than trying to find this information in different documents all over the place, right? That's one best practice is to, especially for global classes. It's a common best practice for any code class Apex thing you do in your package, but when it comes to global classes, make sure you do code level documentation and use that for your development of the extension package. So that's around very high level at the development. So this is like a brief way of like how we do our things. Like this may not fit in exactly like how you operate, so you can always tweak this to make it work like whatever best fits for you. Okay, so let's look at testing, right? So for every major release you do, consider doing regression testing, UAT, for both packages independently, and at the end to try to do integration testing for both packages together. Like let's look at like why I'm saying that, right? So when it comes to regression, right, like if you try to do them together, then you're creating a lot of dependency between both teams, and in that process you end up spending a lot of time to making sure that just the things work rather than trying to focus on the actual quality of the package you're delivering part of that release, right? So when it comes to regression, like use separate regression orgs, like for the extension package and core package, right? And when you are setting up this environment, like it's like how we set it up is like we create a production org with the GA package with the base configurations, like enabled with along with required data, right? We use that like as the base start, and we create a sandbox from that, and which is what we use for regression testing, like a full sandbox from that. And we use a production environment for like backward compatibility testing. Like every time we do a new release, we make sure that like the new release works without any changes to the existing live environments, right? When we push this new upgrades, we want to make sure that like it is not breaking anything working in the field, right, because of the new changes. So that's like we use that for that. And like when it comes to like doing the testing, do them separately. And when you're doing for the extension package, if you need some help with some basic sanity check of the core functionality, you can always take help of the development team of the core package to do a sanity check on that. And when it comes to the UAT, like the user acceptance testing, mostly done by our product engineers in case of product managers in case of a product development team. For that also use separate orgs between both packages, because they could have different flows, different things they want to test as an end user. It's similar structure like from like the regression also. We have a production org. We use a production org with GA version in that. The base configurations enable, and then we'll on top of that, like this is what which is being used all the time. Then on top of it, we'll install the latest extension package and enable the configuration required, right? And we will also do like required data setup, like as per the new release features, whatever, you can do that in the UAT environment. And once you finish this regression cycles or UAT cycle for both packages independently, then consider like having some dedicated time, like where you do an integration testing between those two packages, right? Like this is a use case, like if you have some overlapping functionality or you have some integration or orchestration use cases, right? So in that case, you create a new org with latest version of the core package, then like install the latest version of the extension package on top of it. Then when you enable the configurations or set up some data, look for like what is the required configuration for both, and do that setup in that environment, like so that like you can test your orchestration use cases. So that's around testing. So this is one area you would need like good handhold and like good coordination working between the both development squads. Okay, let's look at deployment, right? After you complete your development and testing, your next challenge is to deploy or release your application to customers, right? Let us look at some guidelines for the deployment in lines with what we follow for our app release to hundreds of environments, right? Let's start with the major package creation and release, right? So usually when you do release, you either create a major version and a patch on top of that major version, right? So when you do the major version release, especially for the extension package creation, make sure you have to be gap between the core package creation and extension package creation, so that you give enough lead time for the core package to be created, like smoke tested, and sanity check is done like before you install that in your packaging org and like create your package, right? So once you create your package, when you're doing is upgrades to existing customers, use Salesforce push upgrade, push them in the sequence, like push the core package, then push your extension package, right? And plan to do this on the same day. It's easy from a maintenance wise to push them together, and like especially by the same team, so that like they can manage these deployments in an order, right? You don't want to push the extension package with some dependencies on the core package, like probably on dependencies on the latest version, and for any reason the latest version is not pushed yet, then the extension package push will fail, right? So it's for that reason, don't have them done like separately. Have the same team do it, those packages in a planned fashion. And when it comes to the new customers installs like of your package, right? You can use trail logs for that. So when you do that, trail logs, like I'll go through much detail in the next couple of slides, like more how to create, like where do we use these trail logs. So for the patch, similar to that, there are like different scenarios here as well for the patch, right? Like when you create for the patch, like create them independently. There is no need of creating the patches separately from, don't wait for the core package patch, and plan for like in a delayed fashion for any dependencies you have between packages, like let the core package do it, then you do it in the following patch. When it comes to release, use Salesforce push upgrade, push in sequence on the same day by the same team. When it comes to the hot fixes, right? Let's say there are some critical issues identified in the customer orgs, and you need to do a patch as soon as possible, right? In such cases, like do them as needed, again independently. Keep each other notified, right? Especially when the core package team has a new hot fix, notify the extension package team so that like they can ensure, like test it to make sure like nothing is broken in their extension package. Okay. So let's look at the last area for today's session is the trail orgs, right? So what is like how do we use trail orgs and stuff, right? So right, if tell your story, right? Like whatever your product does, right? If you want to tell your story using a template, right? So when you figure out like how you want your customers to experience your product, you create a template representing that experience, right? A template is a set of configuration data or sample data that implements your story with the Trailforce org, and templates are used to create trail orgs so that your customers or prospects see that you want what you want them to see without having to like first purchase your app, right? For example, just a trail environment for them. And like how do we create these trail templates is it's just a template is a snapshot of a trail source org and its contents. To set up a template, like you install your app in your TSO org, add sample data. You also adjust the configuration as needed. For example, like you want to make the app default for non-admin profiles, you can do such small configurations in the trail source org. When you build a template, like consider your ideal customers and like create that experience specifically for them, right? Like what do you want to show them? Are there any specific features that they must see, or like what kind of data? Tell the best story of your product, like create an immersive experience with some sample data that looks similar to what your ideal customers work with, right? You can also create trail templates like with no data, right? It's just the package installed and like just the out-of-box configuration done, so that it can be used with the customer owned data, right? The key thing with when you're dealing with trail templates, keep your template up to date, right? After you create a Trailforce template, like it cannot be updated. So because the template is just a snapshot of the TSO org, right? So at that time. So even though there is no way to modify it, it's easy to create a new template from an old one, right? Like meaning that just update your TSO with a new version of your package, data and configuration, and create a new template from it, like, and just publish that to be used by your customers. And every time you create a new version of your app, install it in your TSO and create a new template. Otherwise, like trails created from existing templates won't have the brighter, like what are the new features you want to shape for them, right? So so that's all I have for today. I thank you everyone for joining my session. I hope this gives you some helpful information and best practices for your extension package development, in general, like any managed package development, right? Thanks everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care.
Hello, my name is Eric Smith. Thank you for having me today. We're going to talk about 10 ways to get creative with Lightning components. This hopefully will give you some ideas of some things you can do in your own orgs to change how you interact with your users and how you present information as part of your automations. These components are all available on unofficialsf.com. They're either components that I've created from scratch or have taken existing components and enhanced them. They are free. Source code is provided, although no coding is required. And they're all designed to be very customizable with a number of different attributes, so you can really configure these to work as you see fit in your own orgs. Hopefully this deck will be available for you after the conference, and all of these links should be live, so you can go directly to these components or any of the other links that I have in here. A little bit about myself. Again, my name is Eric Smith. I have been in technology for over 40 years now. I founded my own IT firm many years ago, ran that for over 20 years. I worked for a fair amount of time as a sales rep to medical and government customers for computer systems. I was the director of software development for a telecommunications company. And currently I am working as a technical architect for a Salesforce consulting partner, Gears CRM. Also I am a Lightning champion for Salesforce and a Salesforce MVP. So I'm pretty excited about a lot of the things that we can do with this great system, this great package. Some of my contact information, here's how you can reach me on email, Twitter, LinkedIn, Salesforce, Trailhead profile, and a number of other links here. Before I get into my presentation, just a brief plug for one of the first applications I ever created when I started with Salesforce is when I was working with process builders that either I built or other people had built. I found it was a little difficult to go through and kind of figure out what was done, what was happening behind the scenes on these. All you really had to work with was the user interface for process builder. And you had to click back and forth on a number of different screens, hover the mouse, and really go back and forth to see what was going on. So I created a utility to take all that information about a process builder and provide it in a clean format that you could print out or put in a PDF that would basically show you everything the process builder was doing with all of the configuration, formulas, fields, criteria, everything all spelled out for you. So if that's something that you're interested in learning more about your process builders or documenting them, then I recommend you take a look for Process Builder OneView. Okay, moving on to the components. I'm going to go over 10 different ones today. Some of them will be simple, some of them will be a little more involved. And I'm going to start with probably the simplest one, which is a Lightning component that you can put on a Lightning record page or on a flow screen that does nothing more than draw a line. So drawing a line, that's pretty simple. There's not a lot behind that. But just to show you what it can do, being able to separate and put the information on your screens into different sections can really help the user understand what's there and interact with it. If we look, for example, at these three buttons down at the bottom of this screen, this update button is related to this text box here, but the reset and loss buttons are other actions, and they're kind of all jumbled together. But if I was just to do something as simple as putting a line on this page, it actually separates those, makes it more readable, more understandable for the user as to what they're looking at and what they might be expected to do. Just very simple thing, just putting a line on your screen. Here's another example of that where I've got 4 different data tables all on one screen. They're kind of jumbled together here. It's a little difficult to kind of separate things, see what goes with what. If we go into this and put some lines in there, it becomes much more readable, much easier for the user to see what's there and know where the eyes need to go, what to look at. And as you can see here, because of some of the configuration attributes that are part of this very simple component, we can do things like specify the width of the line, even the color of the line. So something fairly simple can go a long ways towards improving how you present your information to your users. Let's take a look at another component. This is one that I came up with when I found that converting from Classic to Lightning, that screen real estate is pretty valuable. There's only so much information you can put on a screen before the user has to scroll up and down. And I wanted to have the ability to see more information, present more information on the screen, and reduce the amount of scrolling. And one of the ways to do that is to give the user a little more control over what they're looking at and how they're looking at it. So on this page, you see I've got two large text area components that have a fair amount of information. And what I want to do here with this is to be able to toggle these on and off so the user can see more of the other information on the page without having to scroll up and down to do that. So as you see here, when the buttons are toggled, that long text area is turned on and off. In fact, the user even has the ability to change the size of that box to scroll that page up and down or see more of that information at once. So putting this type of component in place, rather than just putting a large text field that's always going to be there, always taking up that amount of space on your screen, here you give the user the control over whether they need to look at it or if they want to just click it off and look at the other information that you have on that page. Speaking of toggle buttons, I also created a component that just allows you to put a toggle button on a Lightning page. And the purpose of the toggle button is to change the value of a checkbox field in your record. In this particular case, here's one use case. I have a field in my detail here called is escalated. And I want to be able to have an escalated case. So rather than having the user go and click on the edit button up here, go into edit mode, scroll up and down the page, find the is escalated checkbox, click it, and then save, I just have a simple toggle right here that the user can click to escalate the case. And what that does is when it's clicked, it turns that checkbox field to true. But the nice thing about that, when you change a record, guess what you can do? You can trigger a flow. You can trigger a process builder whenever a record value changes. So what happens here when this button is clicked, not only are you updating that field, you also have the ability to kick off something like a process builder. In this case, I have a process builder that sends a notification out that a case has been escalated. So you're giving the user actually the ability to click a button to run a process builder. That's a pretty powerful automation component that you might be able to find a use for in your own orgs there. Now, another use case for the toggle button, in addition to just changing the field or maybe triggering a process builder, is you can also use the value of fields in a record for conditional visibility on a Lightning record page. So this is just a quick demo just to show how it's done. But I have two toggle buttons here. One I call the red component, one the blue component. And this gives the ability to let the user toggle certain components on and off of the Lightning record page. So if they click to turn on the red or turn on the blue, when that field value changes with conditional visibility on it, we can change the visibility of these components on the page and actually turn these components on, turn them off. So again, this is another way of allowing the user themselves to have control over what they need to see on the screen and what they're looking at, what they're interacting with. This is just an example here of those components using the conditional visibility in the app builder to specify when to display those components. So if that field is true, then display the component, otherwise don't display it. So we're tying the visibility into a field that's controlled by the toggle button. Another interesting component that a user can interact with on a Lightning page or on flow screens is what I call the visual pick lists. And this component allows you to not just have a drop-down pick list selection, but to actually tie an image or an icon in with that selection. So again, we're looking at this same case record. And one of the things we can set is a customer temperature of neutral. Are they happy? Are they angry? So if somebody is interacting with a case, interacting with a customer at the same time, they can just click on one of these buttons and it will change the value of that field based on them picking one of these pick list items. Again, it's a quick and easy way of interacting and updating a record without having to select edit, find a field, change the field, click save, and then move on. Having this on a sidebar like this just allows the person interacting with that record to make a quick on-the-fly change or on-the-fly update. This example here is showing just a small image with some text next to it. We also have some attributes that you can modify to suit your own needs on that. Another way we can display these images is as a large image with no text, and you can click them on and off that way as well. So it's a component. You can pick your own images. You can decide what fields they update or what pick list field they're associated with, and just put these on a flow on a page to allow the user to update some of your records. This is an interesting component. This is called a flow action. And this flow action allows you to, at any point in a flow, typically at the end of a flow, is to redirect the user to something else. That could be a URL, it could be a list view, it could be another record. The use case I'm going to show here is one that's fairly common, is you might have a flow that creates a new record. And when you're done creating that record in your flow, you want the user to be able to go to that record and either look at it or edit it. And this component gives you the ability to say, oh, here's my record ID. Take me to the view screen or take me to the edit screen for that record. And in this example here, I'm on a case, we're creating an asset. Once the asset is created, the user can click view or they can click edit, and it will take them right to that new record. This is real useful if you're running Sales Console or Service Console, because it can open in a new tab and you're staying right in that same account or that same case or that same opportunity. So this is a real handy component to have to redirect somebody at the end of a flow to a new record or for some other type of interaction that you'll want them to have. So this is a navigation component or flow action. Quick choice pick lists. This is one that it started as a simple pick list component, but it was updated and had a number of enhancements that really took it beyond just a regular pick list. In fact, this component has done so well that it is now part of there's a bunch of automation templates or automation recipes available online from Trailhead and the Trailhead gallery. And this is one of the ones that they chose to put in there. It's a pretty powerful component. It can be used to present pick lists a number of different ways. And this first example, unlike the standard pick list component that you get in the Flow Builder, the quick choice pick list allows you to specify your selections by record type. So here I'm looking at opportunity stage in this particular org. There's a couple different record types, residential and commercial, and they have different pick list values available depending upon what your record type is. And this component respects that. It will go and check the record type and it will present only those pick list fields that you need. And you can make these required, you can put a none option if you want to. So there's a number of different configuration options that you can put in here, but this being able to narrow it down by record type goes far beyond what the standard built-in flow component does. You can also do radio buttons in addition to a pick list. This is an enhancement that I put on that's become very popular, and it's the ability to do a visual card. So here we're displaying a header, some extra text, a different way of presenting that list. In fact, you could even include graphics, icons, images, make it one column, make it two columns. This is a real nice way to really put a different view or a different type of presentation in your flows that can make it much easier for the user to interact with your automations. So quick choice pick lists, I recommend taking a look at that. It can be used a number of different ways. Probably the most widely used component out there is one of the early ones that I wrote, which is the ability to display a data table. I originally did this as an Aura web component. A couple releases ago, when they gave the ability to specify the object you were dealing with at configuration time, I converted this to a Lightning Web component to allow you to do that. And now I'm in the process of creating a custom property editor for this, which should be released in time for Dreamforce. And this custom property editor will make it much easier for you to configure and put this type of component into your flows. Now, the reason I first came up with this was I wanted the ability to display information formatted like you would see on a list view, the ability to select fields and columns and set up your column widths and change widths and sort and select and do all of those type of things. And this component allows you to do that. Whereas previously in flows, if I wanted to present information to a user to make a selection, I had to use what's called the dynamic record choice. And the dynamic record choice is good. You can go out, you can select a subset of records, and you can present to the user one field from those records to say, choose one of these, make a choice. And what I found is the information you would see in one field wasn't always enough. So I would go and create something like a formula field to take the values of a bunch of other fields and concatenate them all together. As you see here, I had a formula field to take the name, the quantity, a custom field called a service address, a display ID, and combine those all together into a single field that I could present as a record choice. But as we look back here and see that it's not very readable. You got to kind of stare at this pretty carefully to see what you're looking for and to make your record selection. So being able to do this with a data table became a much cleaner way of doing this and allowing the user to interact with that data. And we'll just show you the difference right here. As you see, we can set this up to be multiple selections. You can do single record selections with radio buttons. In fact, the user can even go as far as adjusting what the table looks like. They can change the column widths. They can turn wrapping on and off. They can sort. They can filter. You're putting a lot of power in the hands of the user to make it easier for them to make these type of record selections and interact with the data that you want to display for them on your flow screen. So this has a lot of different uses. I've added things like inline editing, row by row formatting, and a number of other features that go far beyond what a list view or a standard data table can do, and certainly far beyond what a dynamic record choice can do in a flow. So this one has a lot of different use cases. In fact, there's a lot of information available online to help learn more about this. I have a 4-part blog series for somebody just getting started, going over a number of different use cases as to why and how you may want to use a data table component. So I recommend going to my blog on Eric's Playground, or you can also find this on unofficialsf.com and really see how you can put a data table to work. Very, very powerful, flexible, and fairly easy to use component. Another interesting one is navigation buttons. I wanted a way in a flow to go beyond what a flow offers, which is really not much more than a next, a previous, and a pause button. I wanted the ability to have the buttons say what I wanted them to say with my own text on them, make them look a little different if I wanted them to look different, and provide more flexibility and how I handle that automation in a flow. One example here is just a simple little flow that I put on a Lightning record page where I want to give the user the option to reset the approvals or withdraw an approval. So they, rather than just saying what I want them to do and say, click next to make this happen, I have a reset button. Or if they don't want to do this, they can click the cancel button. So I have the ability when I configure this component to say what I want to be on the button label, what I want it to do in the flow. In this case, I'm saying I want it to navigate to the next node of the flow. Or we could do things here also like redirect to another record, to an outside web URL. A number of things could be done with this button, but by being able to control the navigation in your flow, you can do a lot more interesting things with buttons. If you see in this case here, I've got two buttons, cancel and reset. They both do the same thing. They just go to the next node in the flow. But if we take a look at that flow, here's the screen where I have the information. But right after that, I have a decision which is able to check to say, which button did they click on that previous screen? And based on which button they clicked, I control what happens next in the flow as to what type of automation I want to have happen. So I have one whole branch if they click reset. I have a whole different branch if they click cancel. So you can do this with numerous buttons, control your navigation, and really make the flow look like what you want it to look like, do what you want it to do. Another example of that is I have a little flow component here, which I was using to allow a user to update contact roles on an opportunity. And I have different settings here, and I'm showing buttons that they can cancel their changes, they can save their changes, and then there's another action here which I have that says set the contact to inactive, which goes and does something else entirely different in the flow. But not only can I do those things, but because I can control what these buttons look like and what they say on them, depending upon what's happening in the flow, I can even change what buttons are displayed, what they look like, and what they do. And let's just take a look at that. I'll first show what happens if somebody clicks cancel. It just goes back and resets their settings. If somebody wants to update the contact roles, they can save their changes. It'll do that. But if they set the contact to inactive and confirm that, now when they look at this, they're seeing different buttons. The only thing they can do there, they can't save anything or make changes. They can only set something back to active and then go in and make changes. So I'm controlling even what buttons get displayed and what they look like in this little component. So navigation buttons it's an interesting way of allowing you to do more with your automation beyond just next and previous in your flows. Here's a real interesting one, lookup. There originally was not a lookup component at all available for the standard components in Flow. So I took this component, which could do a simple lookup, extended it to do what's called a parent-child lookup, which we'll take a peek at in a second here. They have now taken portions of this component and made it an official lookup component in the Flow Builder, but it still doesn't have the ability to do some of the parent-child type things I'm going to show you here. This is an example. If we look at, say, these first two lookups I have on this flow screen, one is I'm selecting an account, and then after that account is selected, I have the ability to select a contact. But when selecting that contact, I wanted to have the ability to select only the contacts that were contacts for the account that got selected in this first lookup. Now, if you can do that type of thing in a flow without this particular component, but you would have to break these two lookups onto two separate screens, because the contact lookup will not know what the account lookup is until you go to the next screen, unless you use this lookup component, which has the ability to set up this parent-child relationship to say, this contact lookup here is related to this account lookup, and only pull the contacts from that account. Same thing down here. when this deliver to account is selected, then the delivery contact, any service address are only going to be those that were related to the selected account up here. So this gives you an easier way, I think a better way to allow a user to make multiple selections, do multiple lookups, but have them related to each other or depend upon each other, and being able to do it on a single screen rather than having to jump back and forth between screens. So as you see here, if the deliver to contact changes, you'll notice what's available in those drop-down lists underneath that are different, depending upon how that what was selected for that first account. So again, that parent-child relationship is quite powerful, and it's built into the component, and you're able to take advantage of that. So we've looked at some pretty interesting components. They can do some interesting things on in a flow, on a Lightning record page. Some were fairly involved, like the data table and the lookup and the quick choice. Some were pretty simple, like drawing a line, or in this case here, the last component I'm going to show you shows an image, puts a picture on the screen. But it can do a little more than that. You can use this image as a button. So you can put an image on the screen that can be clicked on just like a button and then go and do something. And that's kind of interesting in that not only can it really gives you the ability to design your own buttons. In this case, I have a little flow here that's getting some settings that get sent out to Conga to create a document and send some things out for signature. But rather than just clicking a button that says next, or clicking a little button that says do the Conga thing, I've actually created an image of the Conga button. In fact, I've actually made that image interactive, because this can display a different image depending on whether the mouse is hovering over that image or clicking on the image, or if it's just on the page. So you can almost get like a three-dimensional effect here with some of your buttons by using this image component and putting it on some of your flows. And one final look at another way you can use this. Here's an example where I used a GIF file, which is an animated image on a screen. This was for a particular use case when I had first converted a bunch of users from Classic to Lightning. They kept wanting to go back to Classic to do some things because that's what they were used to doing. You've probably run into this yourselves, but I had gotten to the point where some of the newer changes and enhancements and things were only available in Lightning. I didn't want people going back and doing things the old way in Classic, so I updated a few of my flows that if they were running in Classic did something a little different for the user. So in this case here, if I had a user that says, oh, I'm going to switch back to Classic to do something, and they go and pick a record and then want to click on a button to do something, and I don't want them really doing that. In this particular case, when they do that, I come up, I show a little image says, no, you're not going to do this in Classic. Please go back and do this in Lightning for your opportunity. So just a different way of presenting something to your user, maybe making them smile a little bit, and they can click and move on and hopefully do things the right way. So those are 10 components. They're all linked here. Again, they're all on unofficialsf.com. They're free, they're configurable, the source code's available. If you're interested in doing some development yourself, see how some of these types of things were done. I've shared all of the code here for other people to look at and hopefully learn from. So hopefully you have some ideas of your own on how you may be able to put some of these to use in your own org. And remember, a lot of what you're looking at here really took advantage of things like the flexibility and the power that you have by making things, making the visibility variable depending upon values of fields. So component visibility and that type of filtering can do a lot in how you can design your automations and make sure that you are presenting to the user the right information in the right place at the right time. So thank you again. I appreciated having this opportunity to present this to you, and I should be available online to try try and answer any questions or any other feedback that you may be looking for. So we'll have some questions and answers. And again, thank you very much, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan. I'm Salesforce developer. I've worked with Salesforce for over 5 years, and for the past 3 years, I've been part of Nautic. Nautic is a small agency, and we are 100% focused on Salesforce. We are based in Lviv, and we do what we love, and we are truly passionate about Salesforce. And I think it's probably one of the reasons why we were successful for the past 3 years. As part of my job, I really like to follow efficient processes and without any additional headaches, which are straightforward and nice to follow. That's why I like SFDX and how it solved a lot of org-centric problems. Today I want to tell you about another quality of life tool that might help you is custom CLI plugins. And at first I want to ask you a question. How many times did you want to move some of the data to custom metadata, and you needed to manually create 5 to 10 new records in SFDC, or you needed to create more custom metadata, like 20, 30 records or more, and you wrote some Node.js for it? Or maybe you wanted to set up SFDX on your project, but you couldn't because there was like some managed package that you needed to set up for each scratch org, and it would take like you half an hour each time. It just doesn't make any sense to use it. Or maybe you need to do some manual steps, like setting up test users after another sandbox refresh. And for example, you also want users also need to have the same password for all of them. Maybe you want to import some test data in your scratch orgs, but there is a lot of test data with different relationships which are quite difficult to create from the scratch in Apex script. And I'm happy to say that all of these problems can be solved with custom CLI commands, and today I want to share with you how you can improve your day-to-day work with power of Salesforce. At first, I want to start with a few probable misconceptions about CLI plugins and discuss whether or not they're true or not, and when you want actually to use CLI plugins. Some common use cases that I know of, and afterwards I want to tell you about a few examples. At first, I'll show you how we can create a simple but useful custom CLI plugin from the scratch in just 10 to 15 minutes, using almost no prepared code. And in next two examples, I show more complex implementations, which are using either Salesforce APIs or can also use some external applications that are installed on the server or on your local machine. So what I want to start with is that CLI plugins have been around for quite some time already. And first documentation about it was released probably like 3 years ago. But from my experience, almost none of my colleagues are using it, and they have even never tried to actually develop custom CLI plugins by themselves. And I heard like some of their complaints that it might be time consuming to develop because this is like new development environment. It's not Salesforce. You need to know Node.js, and since it's framework, you need to learn more libraries, which also takes time. Plus, you can always usually do all your day-to-day tasks manually if you need to. And so why would you spend some additional time and have headache about it when you can just take an easier route? But in contrary to these points, I want to say that actually it shouldn't take a lot of time, and you can set up custom CLI plugin in just like 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll show you how you can do it. You don't really need to spend a lot of time on new libraries because Salesforce did a really good job on creating them so that they are similar to existing functionality on Apex or their existing APIs, and they're pretty straightforward, and you just need to learn like 5 to 10 function names, and you can use Node.js autocomplete for it also. Regarding the third point, yeah, sometimes it might be just faster to do your tasks manually, but if you need to do them on daily or weekly basis, then you'll save yourself time and nerves if you just automate it once and use it happily ever after. So yeah. So here are some common problems that custom CLI plugins might solve. I broke them into I can break them in different groups. So you can either do some maintenance work, like create metadata, for example, like create metadata records. I chose this example because it happened to me quite a lot. Happens to me quite a lot in past 2 to 3 years. You might want to repeat some manual steps, like, for example, configuring managed package, or I don't know, doing some automated testing, which is also possible and can be done with custom CLI plugins if you really want to. Or you want to do some analysis of your code and your existing org, because once we had, like, as it usually happens, have quite a big code base, and there were some issues happening around, and we didn't know what was actually causing them. So I heard about, like, the new thing from Salesforce, dependency API, and I used it to actually improve the code quality and find the pain points that were appearing in our code. And you can also use it for many more use cases, depending on your area and project specifics. So I want to start with writing custom plugin for CLI plugin for generating custom metadata records. And I'll start by sharing with you by creating a new record, a new folder, and generating initializing plugin here. For some reason today it's like happens really slowly, and I don't know why, to be honest. But basically you provide some additional information and Salesforce will download all required dependencies for it. I'll probably jump to another example. Presentation for now while it's being set up. And sorry for the delay, unfortunately. It can take some time, a few minutes to just set up for new plugin. And here we are with the newly generated plugin. It has like standard hello org functionality, which displays information about provided Salesforce org. If you want to create a new one, new comments, you might want to just rename it. For example, let's name it demo and customer today, and delete all of the existing code since we don't need it for our example. And let's say any for now. Yes. So in order to do it, we want to at first set up some information that we might want to use for our custom metadata. Will describe our fields and the types that these fields use, and will describe also the names of the records and appropriate values for these fields. In the future, if we want, you can improve this plugin and import this data from JSON files or something like this. After that, you can transform this data to a little bit better format, and afterwards we'll check whether or not we actually have the standard SFDC folder for custom metadata. We'll use the project property, which is exposed to us from SFDC command, which we extend from. And we get the path and try to check if we actually have custom metadata. If not, we'll create a directory. After that, we'll iterate through our created records and create a body for custom to data. In order to do it, I have some prepared code, which you'll be able to check later after the conference. The GitHub. So here's like general purpose structure of custom metadata records. We pass here a label and the fields, and based on it we generate XML. We also might need to import it. So as you see, it was quite easy. In just like 5 minutes we wrote the code. And let me show now what actually SFDX command contains of its class. We imported core, and from there we imported file systems. Standard Node.js package for working with the file system and improved to use promises. We have default properties for SFDX command for specifying whether or not this command needs to use usernames, the DevHub username, and whether or not it can only be run in the project. We can also specify here flag configuration, which can be used for our commands. By default, it's using, we can provide zero name and force, which were used in the example. And basically, we specify the type of this flag. We specify the shortcut character for it, and we can specify description and probably default value if you want. For now, we'll just skip it. Yes. So in order, if you while you are developing, you can just run node and use bin run command. And if you try to show it, it'll show you that we have for some reason it got incorrect messages. So very quick, and here we have our demo CMT, and we can try to run it here. But as you see, since we are not running it in our project, we are getting an error. And probably I also did some copy paste mistakes. Therefore, I will show you how actually it might work when you have had time to actually debug it and fix it. Everything. So here is my example org where with custom metadata defined. I've already deleted sample records, and I can open the org and show you that after probably I can show. I'll probably show it in Cell. And here we can generate our customer data based on the files that we specified. Yeah, as I said, it might take a few seconds. It might take a few seconds to load it up. Just a few seconds. Something went wrong for the demo. I need to rebuild my existing my demo package. Hopefully it will work now. Yeah, as you see, the customer data is generated, and we created a separate folder for it, and new records were created based on the static JSON that we provided. I'll probably show it one more time. Screen sharing is post. So I'll pull this record and I'll show that everything is working. And new customer data records were added to the org. One more thing that I probably forgot to mention is that when you actually played around with your command in this format and you actually want to use the same way I showed you your command just a few minutes ago, so to actually specify demo and CMT in your development environment, you want to go in your plugins folder and run the command sfdx plugins link. This command will link your current folder to your environment, and the sfdx will know that when you specify demo CMT commands, where to find them and what to run. This command is provided in the presentation, and you can check it later on. So you start by creating a folder and generating new plugin in this folder. Then you modify existing project structure and specify your own names for the plugins that you want to create. Then if you want to test it in the same folder and just check how your APIs work, you can run it via node bin run command. And afterwards, when you actually want to test it separately from your development folder and development project, you can link it to your environment. Now, after I showed you what you can do after a few tries and in just like 10 to 15 minutes, let me show you how you might want to visualize your org. Here is the graph which will be generated, and this is based on a sample orgs that I have with like standard kind of triggers, accounted contact triggers that everyone might have, account handlers for these triggers, tests on this handlers, services, and selectors. So it's pretty standard project structure. So let me show you how this plugin might look and how it is easy to actually write it down. So here is the plugin, and it basically comes down. We have here two parameters now. We accept pattern and we accept algorithm. So it's just like how we want to generate our graph in which format. As for pattern, we can use for filtering our classes. For example, if you have 10,000 or 20,000, if you have like around 2,000, for example, classes, they might have a lot of dependencies, and Salesforce have limits on the amount of edges it can process at the same time. Therefore, you might want to use parter for filtering, or you might want to use like to display some subset of the classes on your, for example, services or tests or handlers. Or you want to display classes that are related to accounts, you they have account in its name. And this parameter might help you in this. So basically, this plugin has 3 steps. We use standard tooling, standard SOCL to query class IDs based on our patterns. Then we use tooling API with dependency API to get dependencies for these classes, and then using graph with external program, we generate SVG and we can view it in our browser. So let me show you quickly how it works. So we specify the query for Apex class, and then we get connection for the org we specify, and then we just call query method the same way we would call it in our database query for Apex. And since most of the methods for CLI plugins are return promises, we can use await for it, use it also. Afterwards, after we take class IDs, we pass it to get dependencies between these classes. We use query from tooling API, and we are querying dependency API records. We return them, and then we are using graph with program to generate a CG. Let me show you how it works. So we run SFDX, for example, conference at this time, and their dependencies. And we specify, for example, the username that we want. Some reason Salesforce doesn't. The demo course kind of working on me right now, and it doesn't work from the first time, but it should work from the second. So as you see, I'm using currently the same command I told you about SFDC plugins link. I'm linking my current environment to SFDX to say that CLI can, in order to to know, so CLI knows where to find this command. I was like really excited when Salesforce actually released dependency APIs. It was like pretty cool, and it was really fun to write this kind of stuff. I think that in general, yeah, I probably need to share my screen, sorry. And here you see this like conference demo file was created and with SVGs. I'll probably go back and show you it in my folder if it's here. No, it's not because I'm deleting my files. And you can quickly modify your code and just rerun the command because you are linking it. It's dynamically recompiled, and so it doesn't take time to actually do anything else. You just modify code and run command again. Yes. And as you see, here is like a generated SVG file. You can also specify pattern to, for example, only show handlers or services, but you can play it with it by yourself. Now let's go to the third example. Where I show you how you can actually do something like this. So as soon as CLI starts browser automatically, it populates the fields, records, and before that you also change the password for the user. So I wouldn't go into deep details how you can do it, but you can check the code afterwards. One second, please. Sorry. So this code also goes in 3 stages, kind of. At first, you try to reset password using REST API. Then you start Puppeteer, which I'm using for our headless browser. And afterwards, I'm trying initial login with the password which I just reset. If this user is new, this user will be redirected to a second page where he'll need to specify his second password, change it right away basically. And sometimes he also can be redirected to the famous specify your mobile number page. My code handles all of it here, so you can check it in your free time, how it handles everything. And here I'll just show you an example how it might work for you. So I have open or no. And I have here an active user. And if I want to specify for it a new password, for example, some random one. Better copy paste it because it's a bigger format. So with here with all parameter I specify the password, and with end parameter I can specify the second password in case the user begins first time. And let's change our something. Puppeteer allows you to, while it's loading, I'll talk probably a little bit more about Puppeteer. It helps you to automate a lot of stuff, and you can automate this stuff for Salesforce and create some really cool plugins. So as you see, yeah, it like closed really fast, unfortunately. And you probably didn't even see it. Really good, but as you saw, browser was open and then it closed right immediately. And you can check in the presentation how it's looking in the video in a little bit slower example. So yeah, that's more or less it. You can check the code afterwards. I just want to say that CLI plugins allows you to automate a lot of cool stuff, and you can create almost anything depending on your needs and the project specification. And especially if you have CI/CD set up for your project already, it would really benefit you in some manual steps automation. And yeah, try it out. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me via my contacts or the Slack in the conference Slack. thanks a lot for your attention, and hope that I was able to provide something interesting for you, and you use a custom CLI plugins in the future. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'll also stay for a few. I'll stay online, so you can write me down for your questions for half an hour or so. And if I won't be online, you can post them still in the chat, and I'll answer you in a few hours or on this next day. Thank you very much.
Customer times and Salesforce have always been on the cutting edge of technology and advanced business solutions. Every single year has met us with new challenges, and we did everything in our power to overcome them and reap the benefits along the way, turning them into our strengths. New times call for something more than a reimagining of what already exists. They call for the creation of something new, something completely different from all that's been done before. We're eagerly facing the future and trying our hand at even the boldest ventures. Please welcome Neuroforce.
Hi there, my name is Pavel Antonov. I'm a software engineer working with customer times. And let me ask you a question. Have you ever dreamt about controlling your Salesforce organization and manipulating the data just by the power of your mind? How about stopping any noisy notifications while you're 100% focused on some very important task? Or even more, how about improving the whole ecosystem using the power of your thought only? If so, please let me demonstrate you Neuroforce that is intended to completely change the way you interact with the Salesforce platform. So, what is Neuroforce? I guess you have heard about such kind of device, like a brain-computer interface. That is sometimes also called a neural control interface, which provides a direct communication pathway between a human brain and an external device. Literally, Neuroforce is an implementation of the brain-computer interface, but with very tight integration with the Salesforce platform. In fact, it can be called a brain-Salesforce interface. My presentation consists of 3 parts. First, I am going to give an overview of the hardware part of the project. Then, I'll move to the Salesforce interface. And finally, you will know about the business value of the project. So, let's start with the technical stuff and take a look at the hardware part of the system. The whole process is based on catching and analyzing the brainwaves. Instead of getting some ready-to-use brainwave processing system, I decided to build our own one just from scratch. Why? That's because it provides endless possibilities for further improvements and customizations, allowing us to choose the most suitable parts and develop unique features. During the process of developing and assembling, every component of the system, starting from a small resistor and ending with integration circuits, have been tested very carefully using the high-precision multimeter and oscilloscope. The neuroforce uses the basic principles underlying the human brain activity. As you know, during the normal working process, the human brain emits some amount of electromagnetic energy. The gel-based electrodes can feel such tiny electromagnetic waves right from the scalp and transmit them ahead by the wires. After the brain signals are received, they should be amplified. I use a high-end instrumental amplifier for this purpose. Unfortunately, regardless of how carefully we are placing the electrodes and transmitting the signals, there is a huge amount of electromagnetic disturbance around us. Cell phones, power lines, and of course the cosmic rays. It's a big problem for any signal processors in devices, especially the ones which require a high precision level of measurement. In order to eliminate the impact of such kind of noises, the filter pipeline has been developed. It significantly reduces any unnecessary signals on the hardware level. That provides a pure, high-quality brain signal. It includes the high-pass, low-pass, and notch filters. That allows not just to reduce interferences, but also to select the target frequencies. An AT-mega based microcontroller is used to convert an analog signal to a digital representation and then transmit it to a computer. One of the main distinctive features of neuroforce is passing medical data directly in Salesforce without any third-party services. It allows processing data in real time and ensures the highest possible security level. Right from the microcontroller, the signal goes to the browser API via USB or Bluetooth interface. The neuroforce Chrome application and extension have been developed for getting and passing data to the Salesforce system. It's based on a feature that provides the ability to read from and write to the common communication interfaces like a serial port, USB or Bluetooth without any external services. So, just using the modern browsers, it's possible to interact with hardware devices directly and secure. Also, it allows to send and receive data in real-time mode without any delays that can be really crucial for some kinds of applications. The Chrome application can be executed on background even when the Chrome browser is closed. So, it can collect and store necessary data without access to the Salesforce system, and then upload it into Salesforce when it becomes possible. As you know, within Salesforce, we can do almost everything with data, starting from real-time processing and finishing with enhanced reporting and forecasting features. And of course, we can use Einstein Analytics for building AI and machine learning systems on top of the neuroforce data. I guess that you have heard multiple times about artificial neural networks, also called as ANN, and their applications in the modern computer science. On the top of the ANN, the forecasting models, pattern recognition, and decision-making system can be built, and it opens unimaginable opportunities for further improvements of the system. The neuroforce real-time monitor is a Salesforce application that analyzes brain signals in real time and provides an enhanced overview of the key metrics. As you can see, it looks like an encephalogram embedded right into Salesforce. Isn't it amazing? After catching and processing the data, we can store some important points within the Salesforce data storage and then build amazing reports and dashboards based on it. And here we come to some real-life applications of Neuroforce. First, as you can see, the Neuroforce architecture allows getting and processing of any medical data in a real-time manner without any mediators. That makes it faster and secure than any other similar systems which use external services. So, if you work in the healthcare IT sphere, or you are a consulting company designing Salesforce solutions for healthcare, and you are familiar with Salesforce integrations with different connected devices, such as blood pressure, pulse, and oxygen level measurement, it's a chance to seamlessly transfer such the metrics into the Salesforce system directly. Simply, fast, safety. It's a brand new way for connected devices with great capabilities and features. So, it opens new horizons for connected medical devices that can interact with Salesforce directly. It can be a huge improvement for the Health Cloud as well as for any Salesforce-based medical projects and companies. Next, Neuroforce can detect the state when a person is focusing on some task. I think that everyone can remember a situation while working on an important task. A notification about an incoming email pops up suddenly, or even beeps, and you have to distract just to take a look at it. Have you ever noticed how much time you should spend afterward to return to the previous task and start focusing on it again? And you'll be so lucky if at the next moment a new letter or just a message in some general chat doesn't knock you out. So, why not to receive all such unimportant notifications all together after the task is completed? Neuroforce allows to switch off any kind of notifications which can be really annoying and time-consuming. Of course, it's possible to turn the system granularly and show really important notifications and block not essential ones. As a result, the concentration and focus on the working process are kept. According to the latest research, any interruption costs about 15 minutes to return the focusing and restore the internal mind state. So, it can save excellent working hours for companies and make employees happier and more productive. Also, Neuroforce can recognize overstrained both mental and physical states and suggest taking a break. For instance, it can be very helpful for support engineers, dispatchers, and managers. It's a well-known fact that staying a long time in the overstrained state always leads to bad productivity in the short term and even to serious diseases in the future. However, just a 5-minute break can incredibly reduce tension, and it definitely increases overall productivity. And last but not least, Neuroforce can measure the level of effort and satisfaction that a user feels while interacting with a particular part of the system. Based on this data, the system itself can propose some enhancements to improve the whole Salesforce ecosystem. I guess you're asking yourself, How is it possible to get such the feedback without gathering a focus group or asking end users explicitly? So, while interacting with any system, your brain tries to minimize level of efforts and be in relaxed state. In my view, the ideal system should provide an intuitive interface, making interaction with the system as easy and smooth as possible. Neuroforce can track the user's emotion and mind states and map them to a particular part of the system that's used at the moment. For instance, it can be a web page or even a text field. After that, the collected data can be analyzed and various enhancements can be suggested. This improved interface can be offered to business stockholders and developers. Of course, it requires big data mining and processing, but isn't Salesforce the best place to do that? As you can see, there is a batch of valuable business applications for the Neuroforce project right now. And believe me, it's possible to find many more ones after some additional research and practical usage of the system. Let me sum up all essential parts of Neuroforce. They are the following: head mask with a couple of electrodes, amplifying and filtering system, microcontroller which can be connected to a computer via USB or Bluetooth interface, Chrome application and extension installed, and of course, Salesforce with Neuroforce application installed. That's all. It goes without saying that I am going to evolve the Neuroforce project, and here are the steps I intended to do in the near future. Update the hardware part to the portable size. Redesign the way of the electrodes fastening to the head in order to make it more comfortable and user-friendly. Come up with additional use cases. Add enhanced reports and dashboards based on the collected data. And please, feel free to participate in this creative process. In case you get any new idea how Neuroforce can be improved and applied, I'll be so happy to receive your email anytime, and be sure your copyright will be saved. You have my word. My deepest gratitude to my dear colleagues who have made my presentation possible and provided invaluable help and support. Thank you so much. I hope it was interesting to take a look at the future of human Salesforce interaction, and thank you for your attention. If you are interested in following the Neuroforce project evolution, please subscribe to the Customer Time social media channels.
Unfortunately, the conference is over, but I would like to end conference with a thanks. First of all, I would like to say thank you to our speakers. Guys, you did really a good job. Thank you for spending time for the community. Thank you for your talks and thank you for your recording. You did really a great job. Also, I would like to say thank you to the participants. You've been here with us for a whole day. I hope you enjoyed the conference. I hope you also received all answers to questions you asked to our speakers. Thank you. And definitely I would like to say thank you to our sponsors who make this event available for you. Our general sponsor, Customer Times. Thank you, guys. Our gold sponsor, SoftServe company. Thank you. And our silver partners, the Avenga and Cinebo. Guys, thank you again for all of you and see you in 29.